Only for mature audiences. Viewer discretion advised.
Mama said I ain't right, got a bad streak a mile long. Oh, my soul is black as night, what feels right is always wrong. Whoa, like a hard, hard rain. Ain't no hero, honey, no angel face.
Why, hello, the people used to watching me play Supercard throughout the night. This is a slightly different version. Those of you used to seeing the shooting the shite at this time-ish on Wednesday nights, it's also something different. But with me here is the textbook overthinker, Jeremiah, and myself. I don't know why the names aren't displaying properly on us like before. I keep trying to make something show up, but it's just not happening. So yeah, there's that.
I guess the first thing we can talk about as you were lurking on the Alpha Results show, what was your favorite part of the show?
Well, I didn't watch the whole thing.
What was your favorite part of what you watched?
The only thing I watched didn't have a favorite part.
How do you only watch one part, and how do you time that so perfectly that you only saw what you wanted to see?
I happened to come across it, and I heard the end result, and that's about it.
Oh, so you listened to like 30 seconds? You weren't lurking. You were just you're just passing
Well,
through.
no, I was lurking for a while without audio on, and then I turned it on.
And heard that and found out that your boy lost. I was genuinely disappointed.
Yeah. So was I, but I had a feeling it was coming.
Very disappointed in both departments. I guess in every department.
I mean, I get it. IW fancies itself very much like a WWE, and that's what WWE would have done to the guy that left and came back.
Interesting. I've never fancied. I guess it could be a WWE.
That's how David's always fancied it, as like the WWE of EFED.
Always?
Yeah, Attitude Era WWE of EFED.
I wouldn't say. See, I feel like it took some time for it to really be like the WWE of EFED, but it's probably there. Yeah.
You got to remember, David's always one of those think big guys. So part of it's the attitude, and he's always had that the attitude towards it. This is the big league. This is where you come. This is where everyone wants to be at some point. But yeah, no, I was a little disappointed in that. You got a guy who used to be in shape and now looks like he belongs on the other side of the barricade. And then you got a guy who used to not be in shape and now is in shape. And the guy that's in shape is the guy losing to the guy that's out of shape. I mean, I guess I get it. If I looked like Bubba Boudreaux, I'd need something to stroke my ego too. Like, winning in a fantasy land.
You are wild. And I guess this is wild in general. That we just talk about this live for whoever wants to hear it.
Yeah, we had a couple. No, those are all the regular stuff. I don't think we have anybody watching us yet because they hate us. They're racist. Like, come on, we have a black person down here. We're 50% black right now.
That is actually remarkable.
And if we take in
just say these things,
if you take into consideration where everyone grew up, it's almost 100% black. But you and I have talked about that before. Like the neighborhood I grew up in, the neighborhood I live in, when I was younger, it was pretty much all black.
Yes, we've discussed this.
Mostly black, a few Hispanic, one mixed race, which the wording's horrible. I don't think that's the correct terminology. Um, but like they were part Hispanic, part black. Um, so anyone that heard that I mean no offense by it. And I do want to reiterate that anything I ever say, I don't mean offense by. So if it's offensive, I apologize. Let me know, and I won't do it again. But but yeah, no, like yeah, as like the sole white kid, like it was an interesting experience in life. I think it's good too, though, because like it gives me a better understanding in today's age when people talk about like the way racism worked or way how the poorer I was in the poorer neighborhood. I saw the way it went. Like it's nice to have perspective. Though I can say I'm one of the few people that had reverse racism. Have I ever tell you the story about me being picked up as a kid because like it
Yes,
belonged
yes,
in the neighborhood?
yes, many a time. Actually, yes,
Yeah.
many a time actually.
Like I kind of, as an adult, I kind of understand at this point, but at the same time, that's still wrong too. Like,
Yeah, sure.
uh, what's that say about their thoughts in the area? They're like, oh well, this white guy definitely doesn't belong, or this white kid definitely doesn't belong. Like, geez.
Oh wait, so if you weren't lurking for too long, then you didn't hear that there could possibly be an opening at one particular position in the wrestling landscape.
No, I did not. What's the opening?
It could potentially be an opening at Alpha GM.
Really?
Hmm.
What's going on with Dan?
He mentioned that he might be retiring.
Oh, David knows where to reach me.
Um, he kind of stole my thunder because I was thinking it would be a good time for me to retire. At this point, I would never retire from commentary. That's like my. I actually didn't get a chance to mention that. Jen was like acting, so it's actually hilarious because like I didn't get a chance to mention it because she kind of called me out on it because she was like, "Are you like trying to say something?" And I was trying to say something, but you just like called me on it before I got a chance to mention it, and now I felt weird about it. So thank you. So where is she, by the way?
Asleep.
Sleep well, Jen.
Yeah,
Uh,
if she wakes up, I'll give her the laptop and tell the bitch to hop on.
what was I gonna say? Oh, yes. I am not I'm not like great at like promo or booking, but I am great at commentary. So I would have like I was thinking about retiring from promoing and just only doing commentary, but I suppose bad timing.
Yeah, well,
Also, I'm kind of like I suppose I'm in the middle of a heated rivalry in IW, so I guess
with
it's
with,
just about,
with Justin Steed, is it?
no. Why would we be how what
I
is
saw something back and forth
what
between the
is
two of you.
you need to lurk harder.
Look,
Was it between me and him or was it between Nacho and him?
I don't know. Like I saw something about him, you and him, like in a comment section. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to see. Was it me, was it Jeremiah and him, or was it Nacho and him? Because
I
if it
mean,
was Nacho, Nacho is likely trolling. Like Nacho is the
I
troll
I'm
account.
fairly
Yes.
certain it was like one of your promos I watched, and he left a comment on it. Because as I went and I watched some of your promos, I don't remember them. I'll be honest, but I watched them.
What?
You may have seen during the week I reacted to a couple of your promos because I watched them.
Oh shit! I gotta start keeping track of that.
I don't remember which ones. I don't remember a lot about them if I'm honest. I was
No, that's okay. Let's see.
I reacted to a couple of Nick's promos too because I watched those.
Yeah,
I vaguely
he
remember one where the music was too loud, and he was in a shed. Well, he called a shed, but it was a garage. It was a really piss poor attempt at trying to call something a shed. And I remember not being able to follow his train of thought for whatever story he was trying to tell across those promos, because they kind of went a little bit of all over the place. One's very humble, and another one's like, well, I can't do it. But that's the exact opposite of what you said in the last one. Like, I get it. It's the Rocky Fever thing where you feel like you have to respond to everything, and instead of telling the story, you find yourself like responding to his million promos, which Rocky didn't put a bunch out this week. Not that I saw.
Well, he did plenty. It kind of drowned out because of the whole Rumble thing, but it definitely he definitely dropped plenty.
How did that match go?
Rocky's match?
Yep.
How do you think it went?
Well, I heard that Nick was supposed to win a couple weeks ago, but you never know.
Wait, you liked some of my promos in Alpha
Yeah,
this week?
maybe it was an old promo.
Oh, no, I'll never be able to find it.
I saw it this past week.
Damn.
I swear.
In Alpha?
Yeah. Maybe I thought I reacted and I didn't.
Oh, shit.
I was particularly high and I was up all in my head because of stuff going on like around here.
See,
like technically I'm supposed to be moved out of this place by tomorrow by midnight, and as you can very clearly tell, I'm not.
can you think of one detail of the promo? Was I wearing a t-shirt, a hoodie?
I think it was a t-shirt. I want to say your hair was up. Or maybe I'm just like picturing it wrong.
No, and was it like one of those?
I swear you had a title. You had a title.
That might narrow it down. So that could not have been from this week because I only carried my title once this week, twice this week, and both I had my hair down.
Well, maybe your hair wasn't up, and maybe I'm just thinking it was up. Like, I have this image that
And
could be completely wrong,
Ah,
but like you were facing towards this way on the screen, and like you had a title. Well, I don't know if it was a t-shirt or a hoodie.
title under my arm.
Maybe. I just remember the title. I remember the title, and I remember you facing like this way on the screen, kind of angled.
I think I know which one. I think I know which one you're talking about because that was the one where, where where Justin was commenting. I know which one you were talking about,
Yes.
and you did
And I
not like
remember
that
you.
one.
I thought I did.
That's okay.
My
I
bad.
forgive you.
Like,
This was
the reason that it's stuck was because I remember you talking about Justin on here last week.
Oh yeah. I since we say just completely wild things that come from the heart. I've never actually had a booker quite like Justin in IW, whereas he just like actually books me. I mean, actually pushes me. He just like actually, I've never been pushed like that in IW, which is rather remarkable. I haven't had a chance to tell him that, and I reckon he won't hear it here. So I got to tell him that.
You were supposed to have one, but it fell through.
When was this?
My last booking, one of my last bookings, it was the Black Friday event. You won that shopping mall battle royal.
Okay.
You were supposed to go on the off season and beat me for the Riots Championship. And then that was supposed to go into stuff for the following season. But then they decided to give somebody else the title.
These things happen.
I complained to David about it. He's like, oh, nobody pays attention to riots. I'm like, thanks, David. I'm your riots champion right now. I appreciate hearing that.
Oh shit. Oh wow.
So did Nick complete his gauntlet?
No.
He lost to Rocky?
Yeah.
As far as I know, he was under the impression he was supposed to win.
I can imagine. He promoted like he was gonna win. Oh, listen, this man promoted for like 25 minutes of like yeah, because he's long with bro. No, I'm dead serious. It probably was closer to like 35 minutes, bro, because at least one promo was like 10 minutes.
That poor guy.
This man did that's a week's worth of my promos. This man did
That's
a week's worth of my promos in one shot.
That's like 2 of my promos put together. Depending on the situation. Like, I've had some really long ones. I've had some really short ones. I'm sure you remember, well, maybe you don't, the 2 Poppy Wrestling with Responsibility biography style a promo I did for, oh, fuck. I don't remember the match. But it was during Alpha.
Oh,
It was supposed to be 3 parts. It only ended up being 2 parts. Maybe it was for Delta, actually. Because it touched on me winning the Intercontinental title off Grant the previous season and my return. And then led to me winning the World Championship. So Nick White is still behind me, as I have the full gauntlet in IW and he does not.
Yeah.
Because I have the Riots Championship, I have the Delta Championship, the Omega Championship, the Alpha Championship, the IW World Heavyweight Championship. I have the Underground Championship, the Promo Lucha Championship. Yeah. That's 7 world championships, different world championships in IW. Not to mention I held the mid-card title on every single show, and I'm a former Delta Tag Champion. And I also held the tertiary title on every show except for Omega.
Tertiary, is that the television title?
It's the 3rd title, like what would be like your hardcore championship or television, your European championship in Delta. Omega, it would be like your extreme or primetime championship. I never held that, but I did held the European championship and the hardcore championship. I was a tag champion in Delta, 2-time tag champion in Delta. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So, quick rundown, and I am telling you all of this for a reason. Okay. So, so with the, you know how Jones does, with the acquisition of the UWO run by Justin, Throwdown. So with that, James Park, a few others were moved there to kind of, it's how it goes. Some of us there, some of them over to Alpha. So, and with my time there, I've been feuding with Ruby Knight, who in our first singles match for my hybrid championship, the belt that you saw me with, I edged out a victory in the ladder match. And I'm telling you all this because Justin just asked me, what match should we have for the rematch?
A Wolf's Den match. Sounds good.
A Wolf's Den match?
Yeah. Don't you remember the Wolf's Den?
What is the Wolf's Den? No, remind me.
Okay, so it's
Is
basically
the
the
Wolf's
Lion's
Den
Den.
one of those? I was gonna say, is the Wolf's Den one of those things that you did when you were GM of Alpha, and I was on
I,
Omega, and I was just like completely barely like I was barely even following Omega, let alone everything else in IW.
it's something I did all over the place, starting back in UPW before it became Underground. It's basically the Lion's Den match. Do you remember that with Steve Blackman and Ken Shamrock?
I do not.
Okay, so it's an octagonal steel cage, right? No ropes, flat, so very basic padding. It's like a UFC octagon, but all along the inside of it is lined with various types of weapons, stuff like razor wire, kendo sticks. Like the bloodier, the better. The only way to win this match is to either render your opponent unconscious, unable to answer a 10 count, or force them to say, I quit. So it's a combination of an I quit match and a last man standing match inside of a metal octagon lined with weapons.
Ah, interesting.
The very
Now,
first one took place between Onions and Ethan Carnage.
hmm. See,
The
you have.
last one was the Joshua McClain defending the Alpha Championship against Ethan Carnage, that Ethan Carnage beat me in and caused me to disappear for a while and then come back as the Unicorn.
See, you have an idea here. However, I don't want to completely rip off your idea. I I would
What?
rather rip off the people that you ripped off, so I would feel better. So I will definitely use this Lions Den
I am
idea.
bequeathing to you the Wolf's Den match. I am
I,
bequeathing
I
it to you.
I am not worthy, especially since this would be a hybrid championship match, not a world championship match. So if the last time it was used was an alpha championship match, yeah,
Between me and Ethan Carnage.
between you and Ethan Carnage of all people.
Yeah.
So
Jeremiah,
I
you are more than worthy.
it is that a shot at Ethan Carnage?
No, I'm just saying you're more than worthy.
Um,
I'm saying I put you in the same category as guys like Ethan Carnage.
you literally are too kind. Um,
I could go wake my wife up and she would agree.
you're both kind of biased because you're kind of my friends. Um,
Do I need to poll somebody else? I can message TJ Blair and find out if he would put you in the same comparison as Jeremiah.
why would you? I'm assuming he's asleep right now. If he can't do the show,
No,
he's
he's at
probably
work.
sleeping.
He's at work.
Again, busy. He's busy. Let the man live. Now, I do want to steal this Lions Den idea. Let me Google this. Let me plug this in my Google machine right here. Do you get that reference?
Mm-hmm.
Do you the Google machine?
I've heard you use it before.
Oh, okay, interesting. I was gonna say, do you? Do you? I don't think you do.
I'm assuming it's from The Office.
No, 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 no.
Oh, okay.
It is a thing that Jim Cornette does to his co-host when he's like, yeah, put it in your Google machine. Like something like his co-host will ask him like, "Is this real?" Yeah, put it in your Google machine.
Okay, well, you're putting stuff in the Google machine. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Please do.
How much of this past weekend's wrestling did you watch?
This past weekend's wrestling that I watch,
Mhm.
little to none.
Really?
Little to none. Yes.
So you watched
I
like nothing?
I promoed for the IW Rumble. I did that plenty and brainstormed for ideas on how to promo for the IW Rumble. I did not watch much of anything.
So you didn't watch Night of Champions at 1 o'clock in the
I li-
afternoon on Saturday.
I listened to the results on the Wrestling News little mini podcast. It's like a 5 or 10 minutes of like what happened the day before in wrestling, and so that I know what happened. I heard like the clip of I heard the clip of the Usos turning on Roman, but that's about it.
So then you didn't watch Battleground.
Nope.
You didn't watch Double or Nothing.
No. Oh, absolutely not. I'm not paying. Yeah, I'm not paying for nothing.
I didn't pay for for Double or Nothing.
Good
Instead of
old.
Double, I went for Nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say good old.
Good old rated R superstar methods, rated R. I'm really disappointed they missed the boat because Paul Burchill was in WWE at that time, right? When he didn't like get some sort of like feud with Edge where he's like, you may be the rated R superstar, but I'm the only rated R superstar. I really liked Paul Burchill. Do you think he could have been more successful in today's WWE than he was then?
Paul Burchill.
At one point, he played a pirate swinging out into things, and then he adopted this more like
Burchill, is
badass
that with a
gimmick.
U?
Yes, Burchill, ILL.
If I recognize his face. Oh
It
wow,
kind of looks like Drew McIntyre.
they did this man dirty. Had this man out there like Jack Sparrow. Y'all dirty.
And then when they ditched that and let him do his own regular thing, like I thought he could have been fantastic. I was a big fan of Paul Burchill. I was also a big fan of Katie Leah Burchill, his kayfabe sister, who they at one point talked about having an incest storyline with. Vince really tried to get an incest storyline at some point. I bet you we know what's in his porn search history.
You out.
I mean, am I wrong? I mean, if this guy's that obsessed with getting an incest storyline, he's probably looking up incest porn. He's probably the guy that keeps Filthy Family like in business.
Dog.
That's one of the networks that handles that stuff.
I was gonna say I've like forgotten. I've actually like stopped watching that stuff, so I've kind of like forgotten the leaders in the industry.
I like to randomly search for weird porn so that I can talk about it.
That is weird.
I actually got DJB to end up looking into because I talked about it. A porn company called Hentide.
The company is called that?
Hentide, yes. And they do live action tentacle porn.
Oh, that's...
I don't know if it's like Muppetry or something to make it look the way it does, but like they have these, or maybe even CGI or something. I don't know, but they have like these. There's like tentacles fucking chicks. They could even be robotic, like I don't know, but yeah, live action tentacle porn. Hentai.com. These are the things you learn about when you talk to me. How does that make you feel, Jeremiah?
Makes me feel like I may need to find a friend who has some more productive hobbies, because wow.
So we established two official things there. One, you think I'm not productive, and two, you think I'm your friend. I'm smiling about the friend part. You just called me your friend.
It's fascinating, but because you truly cannot like multitask. You can only like like semi-task each thing. You can like just like one a little bit here, one a little bit there. You can't even
What are you talking about? Semi-task.
like I'm trying to talk, but also like type.
Are you doing bad at one of them? Both of them?
I feel like I'm doing bad at this talking thing.
Are you feeling hungry? Maybe.
No, I know. I just ate.
Does Jeremiah need a nap?
No, I actually feel pretty good.
Does Jeremiah need some weed?
No, yeah, I'm already high.
I just finished smoking.
Yeah, I don't need more weed not anytime soon.
But I'm poor, so right now this is what I'm smoking. This is an ounce container full of roaches. I have 3 of them. This is the overall size of it in comparison to my hand. The container, I have 3 of them right here. They have roaches in them. As a comparison, this is 2 of them on top of each other next to my NOS can.
See, with these screens, I can't really see your face as much, but that's probably for the best. Okay.
And yeah, I might have a bit of a problem with the smoking.
Smoking
And the
weed or
problem,
smoking in general?
I'm feeling personally attacked now.
I'm just asking that.
I'm gonna need a safe space.
I mean, if you feel like, I mean, I will never judge you for smoking too much weed. I'm just say it like that. If you feel uncomfortable.
No. I'm making a joke. I got called out for having 5 cigarettes on a broadcast once by Kiwi. I'm like, that's nothing compared to what I normally smoke. Yeah. So you're all like, oh, you're smoking too much, and I'm like, but why wouldn't I? Like, you know.
Well, them cigarettes, you gotta. Oh yeah, them cancer sticks, you gotta quit that.
I mean, they hasten my demise, and I don't see a problem with that.
Oh, that's extreme.
Which is a great segue to reference this mental makeover, my podcast about mental health, which is available on YouTube, Spotify, and Facebook. Though I've only done 1 episode. I've been meaning to film my second, and I just haven't sat down and done it yet. Or will record my second. But do you want to know how that podcast came to be?
I think I guess I kind of do because I listened to at least the first half of it. Although I felt myself either I can't remember if I had to do something like I had to go to work or if I had to pause it because I felt myself like literally. That's so oftentimes when I'm listening to podcasts, I'm just like in bed, like okay, and then like if hopefully I hate if I forget to fucking turn off a podcast and then I wake up and it's just like random music playing, and now I'm gonna have like all these random music suggestions based on just what this random podcast. I'm like, and how long has this been going on for 3 hours? So
Well,
yeah,
you don't have to feel bad for saying you fell asleep in it. It's okay.
no. That is not a Josh McClain thing. That is a podcast thing. So whether that's the Office Ladies podcast or whether that's one of the 6 Wazillion wrestling podcasts or whether that's
But I'm still saying you don't have to feel bad for falling asleep in a podcast. People fall asleep in podcasts all the time.
Well, I'm not. I'm not. No, I'm not like I feel bad. I'm upset that the fucking Spotify will
Oh,
play random music
so you're
while I'm incapacitated
so you're upset about random music while you're incapacitated,
because that
not
random
potentially
music will
upset that,
ruin.
you missed your friend's cry for help through the internet. I see. um.
You in this moment, you just kind of reminded me of Jack Black. Uh, by
I
the
take
way,
that as the highest compliment.
you should. Have you seen you do watch The Mandalorian, don't you?
Yes, I saw his episode
Uh,
with Lizzo.
did you see like are you all caught up?
Yeah, I've watched the whole series.
Good shit. Such good shit.
Such good shit. We got to get it like a recording of Vince McMahon saying that, so that I can use that on here.
Ooh.
That would probably be cooler, even cooler than this.
Get a life, kid.
You gotta send me that.
I forgot to, didn't I?
Oh shit! I don't know if I have to do that time, but that's hilarious. Get a life.
I so Supercard here, right? Today was the launch of a brand new tier,
Mm.
and like the server downtime was like 5 hours long. It was like 2.5, 3 hours longer than anybody expected, and people on Twitter are getting like all sorts of anxious. Me and a couple other streamers are on like away, but on a stream because 5 o'clock was when they were supposed to launch. And so we've been on for like an hour at this point before stuff's finally coming up. But scrolling through Twitter, all you see is like gifs of that. They get a life, kid. Memes of a skeleton with the Supercard game open with the waiting on network. Memes about how Cat Daddy's tech support standing in front of like a bunch of computers confused. That one black guy meme where he's got that really weird face and he's just like
That's a lot of black people's faces on
well,
black people make
he's
funny
got
faces.
that weird face in general. Like his eyes and everything are all like weirdly spaced.
Uh,
And he's just
I,
like looking around.
I can't. Yeah, I can't. That doesn't narrow down. That doesn't narrow it down for me. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna try looking up weird black guy meme.
That's not gonna help you out. See, you try
It did.
googling that.
It did.
Pull it up. Share your screen.
Hold on. The problem is it brought up a whole bunch of them, and I'm
This
looking
is
for
just
the
one
right
example.
one of it.
I just want to see his face.
Oh, maybe that wasn't it. Is this the part where I get in trouble if I say that they all look alike?
No, I'm trying to tell you that it doesn't. I told you that they all these black people make weird faces.
Well, like this one
I
looks
don't know how
like the
many
right
memes I've
face.
seen with there's the one with the black lady bending over like, and then there's the one where the dude and then there's the one where the dude there's the guy who's always like showing people how their hacks aren't really hacks because they're just like over the top. And so is that just it's like that guy giving just like they be making faces. They be making faces out. Yeah. Are you frozen? I was gonna say, are you frozen?
It wasn't the one I thought it was when I saw it. The facial expression was right, but the face isn't right. I can't describe it other than he's got a weird face. Like it's not proportioned right. Like it looks like there was something wrong. Like he's got a skinnier face. His eyes are kind of big. His mouth
Share
is
your
like weirdly
screen.
shaped.
Do you
Well,
not have the picture or what?
no, I don't. I don't.
See, I told you it wasn't that. I told you it wasn't like
I thought I did, but I didn't. That's the
that.
problem.
That's okay.
The facial expression was right, but the face itself wasn't.
You'd be surprised. Like, I don't know how many times I have to tell you this. Black people make faces like that. You see LeBron when he get fouled, black people be making faces. I can't really.
You know, let me check here. It might be in Discord because it was Super. Oh my
Matter of
God,
fact,
barbecue
matter of fact, look
stuff.
at Roman right now.
Yeah.
Look at Roman right now.
Hold on. What's that?
Look at Roman right now.
Look at Roman.
Yeah, look at his face right now.
Oh God, I didn't realize that was there.
Just gonna ball his face up at you.
Oof, I guess he's not pleased.
A man, you know what I'm saying? A man of color, he gonna be making faces. That's how he gonna be.
Where is he? I have so many Discord servers I'm in.
Oh goodness, I would hate to be you. I think I did delete Discord, thankfully.
Where is? Maybe he's. Yes, there he is. I feel like it's probably going to be in here because of the way people were reacting to waiting for shit, and like he posted it on Super. Oh my God, barbecue there, a streamer who does Supercard, shared it during his stream. So I'm checking his Discord server. God, his Discord server is so active. That makes me so jealous.
It's okay. You know, there's this thing in life where we like compare ourselves to people, and it's really toxic of us to do so. And yeah, no good can come from such things. We don't really start from the same footing regardless, and we don't have the same opportunities, the same circumstances. It's really not fair to compare. So
You're right. He has a British accent. I can't compare with that.
well, that's not even the only thing, but that's a good example. Yes.
I can never compare with the British accent. I might have to go to fucking whatchamacallit to find it. Twitter.
That's pretty effed up. I'm not gonna lie.
What was?
Oh shit. I guess that's one of those moments when you're thinking of something, and when you realize that oh shit, am I gonna say this out loud? I will refrain from saying that out loud. Um,
Now I'm really curious. And now it's like, how can you not say something out loud after you've just like teased with it?
well, you said it. I didn't say it. I didn't know it. I'm really kind of like, see, that's the thing. See, and I think you know what? Actually, this does come full circle. So yeah, last week you were talking about like how uh you were talking to David about the quote unquote good times of EFED, and you were kind of saying like it really wasn't as good as people may remember it, but the thing is, I feel like when I started like 2016, 2017, there was a lot of you were probably like the only person who, I shouldn't say you were the only person, you were probably one of the foremost people who actually told a story. Most people just kind of just talk trash and that's it. So
Yeah, that was big at that time frame.
yeah, Now, more 2018, 2019, people became more of storytelling, but also
Snorrytellers, as Thomas Austin would say. Put a pin in Thomas Austin. I have a funny story for you about him later on.
oh fuck. See, yes, those were good times. Now with these, fuck yo, that man is hilarious. This like that dude is the funniest dude. Oh my goodness.
I sidetracked you, didn't I?
Oh shit. Cause I'm like so high. I freaking usually when I do this, I get a chance to like nap in between work and this. But
Yep.
today I did the Rumble show, which was 3 hours, and so I haven't
Oof.
slept. Yeah, I haven't slept, and so I'm like really, I'm a tad bit loopy, but I'm also high because I mean I had to smoke a J after I finally got off the results show.
I understand.
Um,
I have to smoke a J after I finally get off too.
you dirty man. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, friggin' um. So I feel like more and more people began to be more involved with their own storylines, like pitching their own storylines, and with that, they're kind of expecting more things. And so that probably why you see more, people leaving, more people bouncing around, more people disgruntled, complaining, what have you, because they expect certain things and don't get them. And so, like, and especially, and that's why I mentioned like 2018, 2019. It really wasn't that much of that in that time frame. Uh, and I feel like especially the 2020s, it's like people like it's really rare where somebody is gonna win a world championship and they're surprised that like they didn't know before, like they didn't pitch that idea to somebody, like that's
Right.
like that's rare. So yeah.
So
See,
did Nick just quit because he lost? Then is that what you're saying?
no, I'm saying in general. I don't
Oh,
know what he's gonna do, but I'm saying in general that's why people like do that type of stuff because like you're like with the mass exodus, people were like upset about the upcoming plans or the way they were being treated or whatever. And yeah, as opposed to if you didn't know what the upcoming plans were and you weren't expecting certain things, and uh even with that, like if it wouldn't even it wouldn't have been a situation where you were bringing people in to be you wouldn't have been bringing people in to be champions if you weren't agreeing to that type of stuff ahead of time. And so all
right.
around it wouldn't have been like so that uh concept of people being more involved in their own storylines has definitely been it's definitely caused a lot of friction.
I mean, people were pretty involved in their storylines back in 2018, 2019 too. I was very big on keeping people involved, but without letting them necessarily know the payoff.
Well,
Unless there's like an instance where like I look, I do plan to push you as a world champion, but like I'm gonna need you to be very heavily like pushing it this season. Like, I need to see, we need to have that consistency so I can sell this, so that I can keep it this way. Like, I need to, we need to see that you're going to keep this going for the season, not just like you do this and this is that type of stuff, but without necessarily telling them when it was going to happen, how it was going to happen, or that even was for sure going to happen. but that I'd like to have consider them in this area, and I just needed to make sure that they were going to be putting in that regular effort, like showing. Like I did it quite a few of the people. That's how Rodney got prepared for his match with Rocky T. Like I let him know ahead of time that I was doing that with him. That was one of the first things I planned for my last season. Which I still think is one of my favorite storylines to date put together. Like Rodney
I
did a
think
great job with his end. Like
you bring up an interesting example. So you talked about Rodney with that, and he knew that he was getting a match with Rocky. He wasn't expecting to get the championship, correct?
correct.
And so he got what he expected, and you delivered what you sold him. So
But like
that's
another thing going to the next season was the storyline between Rodney Morris and Joey Taylor on the path of Joey Taylor to becoming champion, Alpha Champion.
mhm.
This is what the start with the Rodney Rocky stuff was building to, because the plan was to actually have Rodney be the one to take the title off of Joey Taylor, and or because we were also talking about a Jade Diamond Championship run that season, having Jade beat Joey Taylor, and or no, having Rodney beat Joey Taylor, and have that be the segue into Jade's championship. Rodney was going to go full on like you know, hickish in a way, misogynistic with like, oh, girl, you belong better in the kitchen, not in the wrestling ring, like all this. We had this whole like setup planned, and then stuff happened with Sherry, and then I wasn't the one running Alpha anymore, and the new creative went a different direction. But like that was all planned and set to go. David okayed it. He loved it. That was the first thing I asked going into that season, is I wanted to get Rodney the championship. Now, I didn't have to be a long one, but I wanted to make him champion because I felt the man deserved it for everything he did with IW. And after the incredible stuff he did with Rocky T, the season previous, it was an easy sell. Like, Jones was completely on board. Rodney didn't know when I talked to him that the build up to the Rocky thing was because I wanted to build him to be champion the following season, the Alpha champion the following season. But yeah, that was part of the reason for it all.
Shit. Damn.
That's how I
I'm
always
glad.
handled it.
I'm glad you mentioned that because Rodney is definitely one of my favorite people in all of EFED. Definitely one of my favorite people. Um, I feel like he's one of the. I'm dead. This is like the craziest coincidence. You, Rodney, and Justin are the three bookers I feel like have appreciated my uh, promo talents the most. Uh, yeah. And Rodney, especially like even early in my career, kind of showed me love. So that was yeah. I definitely definitely Rodney's one of my favorite people. Um,
You're feeling really high right now, aren't you?
I am, and I don't know how much longer I can keep it going,
You're
but
you're
I
you're,
would.
you're, you're brain struggling right now, aren't you?
It is, but I do want to. I do. You keep interrupting me. You're making it worse. I'm trying to finish this thought, and you just. um, I kind of miss. I know he's from. Yeah, and he's doing all type of stuff now, but I do miss him in EFED because he was so creative and so such a great storyteller.
He was one of those guys, which I will give myself credit for in this regard too. He is one of those guys who was not afraid to make a fool of himself. Like,
That's hilarious you say that because Robbie Cutthroat is doing a bit of that himself right now. So he had the number 29 spot in the Rumble, and he's been doing this gimmick with the goddess Lauren Elizabeth, where he's like simping for her. And so he does the promo like after the card comes out, like, yeah, I got 29, 29. And then he get the phone. What? Really? Anything but that? You want that? Ah. And so
That's
yeah,
funny.
yeah.
And see, he's another one of those guys who's not afraid to make a fool of himself. I think that's a trademark of a great promo artist. They have to be willing to make a fool of themselves because it's not all, you know, not everyone. Okay, I guess it depends on who your friends are, but not everyone can just be oh, I'm a this and I'm a this and I'm a that. You have no. You have to be able to make a fool of yourself. That's another example. Jason Sanders. He is not afraid to make a fool of himself. I remember a promo going up against the Sleaze where to counteract the Sleaze, he was rubbing himself down in like lube. Like, but I think the same thing applies to professional wrestlers as well. The best people are not afraid to make fools of themselves. Think of how many times Kurt Angle made himself look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Chris
One
Jericho, as much as I don't like him these days, because I think he's the exact thing he always campaigned against now. He's that old guy who's still trying to grab that spotlight.
I just thought about. So your post on about yes, your post about this weekend's wrestling. Did you
Yep,
read all of the comments on that post?
I did. Unless there's new ones, I'm pretty sure I saw them all.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Let me find it. Let me. Oh shit. That was too funny. Oh shit. Oh shit. This will be a good way to like end off because yeah, I am tired. But fuck. Hold on. Oh, oh shit. So everybody's like giving their feedback and or whatever, and everybody's talking about it. Blah blah blah. Literally everybody's talking about it, and then there's one person who just says LOL.
Wait, there's an LOL. Oh, Chili. Was it Chili? Ray Phillips?
No, no. Apparently, your comments about not liking ECW. I'm not your comments about not liking AEW, and all you
Yeah.
could think of was WCW was worthy of the comment. LOL. Just nothing. No
Anton.
analysis. No analysis. Just LOL.
It was Anton, right? No? Yes? No?
No. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, him and I talked. Like, I told like, I didn't necessarily hate the show. It made me realize that it's not, and it's fine. Like, not all wrestling has to be for me. Like, I'm happy for the people that it is for, but it's not for me. Like,
See, this is actually hilarious because I'm pretty sure I was watching. Uh, I could have been watching WWE or AEW, but I literally like I'm sitting down with my brother. Either we had just smoked weed or we're about to smoke weed, and I'm like and fucking somebody was just getting stomped out, just like fucking for like 3 minutes straight, and nobody was. I'm like, fuck, turn this shit off, bro. I'm like, fucking go to Peacock and go to fucking some 80s wrestling, bro, because I can't deal with this shit. People just getting, no matter what show it is, people just getting just beat the fuck up, and nobody coming to help. Ain't no action, ain't nothing. I'm tired of this shit, bro. I'm tired of this shit.
yeah, for me, the real big thing was, you remember the NWO back in the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, you have three guys who got their big superstardom name in WWE, WWF, right?
Mm-hmm.
Three of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then they add in another guy who's more of a he's more of the AW style. I think he was actually from ROH in this case, Wheeler Yuta. All right. And now they're managed by a mouthpiece that betrayed the Elite in Don Callis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they are beating up the originals, the Elite, AW's like core people, right?
Mm-hmm.
They win the match because somebody who you would think would be all Elite sides with these outsiders who are here now. And
The Kurt Hennig thing.
I'm actually referencing Bash at the Beach. You
Oh
had
well.
WCW's like people standing up to these outsiders, and it ended with Hogan turning, and like here they are standing tall at the end of the pay-per-view with the heart and soul of WCW, if you will, just decimated.
Yeah. Yeah, as mentioned, I hadn't seen it. You know, my thing with AEW isn't it's not really even it's like for me it's modern wrestling in general. I can enjoy the matches for AEW. I do prefer like if they like build up to stipulation matches and build up to like like lights out. I would want to know weeks in advance that like the main event of a like that Kenny Omega Vikingo match was fucking that shit was was just this action nonstop. I mean, I wish that you could have built up to that instead of being like if it just so happened that I was watching that week. Nobody like I mean, I would be like one of the best matches that y'all had on TV that year. I mean, I just so happened to watch it. There was no build up, no advertisement, like so that's kind of hurting. That's kind of hurting the project, and hurting the audience. Like if you like the structure, and that again, my biggest thing is modern wrestling in general. I think modern wrestling has a lot of the same issues across the board. Whether it's the fact that everyone knows it's fake and nobody's really getting heat, or whether it's the fact that it's kind of oversaturated. Bro, The Mandalorian. So it takes them. So yes, it takes them. This is 2023, and they just dropped 10 episodes. We've been waiting for these 10 episodes since 2021, when they released their last 10 episodes.
Yes,
So
but in between then we had Book of Boba Fett, which ties into the same universe.
And do they have the same like crew of writers and the same like
Some of the
creator
same people involved, yeah.
some of the same people involved?
It's all Dave Filoni. All Dave Filoni and not Kevin. Yeah, David Filoni.
It's some of the same people involved, but I feel like I guess that's maybe not the best example. How about
Because I mean, Raw and SmackDown have some of the same people involved writing it and running it, but they're two completely different.
That so my thing with wrestling is like
You think
TV
there's too much of
shows.
it?
Yes, TV shows have like 10 or 20 episodes a year or every 2 years, and like that's how TV does it. 10 to 20
Well,
episodes a year.
to be fair, wrestling has always, at least in the more modern era, the last 30 years, been viewed as like a soap opera, and soap operas do not take breaks. They run a new episode every single day of the week.
You don't have to take
5 days of the week, the whole year long.
you
They
don't
only
have
take
to
the weekends off.
you don't have to take breaks. See, well, yeah, I don't think y'all have enough content for that, because I feel like if whether it's Raw being 3 hours, SmackDown being 2 hours, Dynamite being 2 hours, if you guys condensed all of your best shit into that 1 hour a week, I feel like you would be better off if you just like focused on your best shit instead of saying, okay, we're gonna make 2 hours for the time slot on live primetime TV.
But
And
then you're going to have people pissed that you're not giving enough people screen time, and or you're going to have to keep going through weeks at a time before you see your favorite person again, because they only have an hour to put those like 500 people to work. So
and
are you promoting that maybe these companies should lay off a bunch of wrestlers, make people jobless? Is that what you're saying?
here's the deal. Look, in terms of a television product, to watch a show from start to finish, it would be ideal if that was 1 hour of the best stuff that y'all have. If you don't, I mean, unfortunately, if a particular tag team that people may like, or a particular up and coming wrestler that people may like, if someone has or wants to see that person, then they may have to wait to see them until the creative has something for them, like, that will be consistent for them, because, or they may have to, maybe there might be. So actually, I think that would actually be. Uh, I think maybe it would be better off if some of these people were able to, branch out. And you know what? That might be. Do you? It's crazy that we're having this conversation, because do you think too much of the top talent is all in the big companies, and it's not enough of the talent to go around? And if some of these shows, some of these major shows are only going an hour, then they would have smaller rosters, and some of these other companies would be able to take advantage of some of these other talents, because if they weren't being used in WWE or AEW, they may be able to go to AAA or Impact or what have you. So
your solution is to provide some top talent available to many other companies, which would then net them TV deals, which would then get more wrestling companies on television, which, instead of cutting down the amount of wrestling available on television, you would saturate it even more.
See, it wouldn't be that simple. I think if
If you're WWE, putting everything you have now down to 1 hour, all right, you
actually,
suggest.
you know what, I'm not even finna sugarcoat this, because I
And even
think
AEW, you can't have Punk and Omega on the same roster. They're not getting along. That's why there's two separate shows. So
I,
one of them has to go, and one of them could net another company a TV deal.
a
Either
lot
one
of
of them could net somebody a TV deal.
a big thing about this, a lot of these guys don't need to be on TV as much as they are.
Oh, so
I
you think the exact opposite of what everyone else says, how Roman should be on TV more. In fact, you're saying more people should be on TV less.
yes, more more people should be on TV less. Yes,
So
but
we
no,
should have a whole bunch of part-timers.
not necessarily. But no, I'm not saying part timers. I'm talking about the people who aren't ready for prime time need to take time to get ready for prime time. I feel like a lot of people are being thrust on the TV and they're not ready. I will never forget. This was years ago, so no indictment on the individuals involved. So this was like 2016, 2017. But I remember
Oh, nice.
friggin'
Congratulations, Anna J. Sorry, saw a comment. They hit Myth
congrats.
Plus Plus.
Yeah, congrats, Anija.
Check out that deck.
It was a tag match, and Alexa Bliss and Natalia were in the ring. And like, I guess Alexa Bliss didn't know what to do, or didn't remember what to do, and she's like asking Natalia, and the ref had to tell her, like, grab a hold, and like the camera's like up in their faces, like seeing the entire conversation. Uh, and like that's just one example, but that's like, there's a lot of people getting caught on camera using their blade There's a lot of people, I mean, there's a lot of like now, and it's not even it's not even like the mistakes, just like mistakes blanketly. It's like the the way, how can I describe it? Like you can the timing, like you can tell people don't have the timing and the reps, like they don't have it's not fluid, they don't have the instincts. And so a lot of the people there's a lot of people that are on TV that might not necessarily ready to be on national television. Imagine if you had a national television on Fox TV, the caliber of actors that you would require on that television show.
Not very high.
So I'm sorry, I mentioned Fox as if, so to a normal person like me who doesn't put a whole lot of stake in politics, a big name station is just a big name station. Would you prefer NBC? Would NBC be a reputable station that you would put serious thought
No,
into
because
casting a TV show?
you still don't need these big names. They usually have like one big name. Take for instance Brooklyn Nine-Nine, one of my favorite comedies. Okay, on television, your big name there is Terry Crews.
But no, so not even the names, the talent level. You got to have like the absolute best talent if we're gonna have this TV show being seen across the world.
How much TV do you watch?
Pretty decent amount.
Okay, and regular network television, you don't see that supreme caliber of actor. You see okay actors.
On what networks?
All of them. Now, if you're talking a premium network, something like HBO, something like a premium streaming service like HBO Max or Disney Plus, this is where you see a higher caliber because you're charging people to watch this. But regular like network television, like take Law and Order for instance. Yeah, everyone there's okay, but like none of them are like you're not gonna see them starring in a movie because of their acting talent. You might see them pop up in something because people know who they are from being able to access them, but it doesn't mean they're great.
That's fair.
One of the few exceptions is the show Firefly, and that show got canned. You had Nathan Fillion and you had Alan Tudyk.
Interesting.
Fantastic actors. Marina Baccarin was on there. But like, and that show got canceled after one season. Another one of my favorites that went for 5 seasons was Fringe. Joshua Jackson and John Noble were like and that I can't remember his name, and I feel so horrible for saying this, but that black guy that died not that long ago, the one who's in all sorts of stuff, he usually plays like an FBI agent or a bad guy, or maybe a politician.
I think I think I know who you're talking about. The real Jared Jackson.
Maybe, but like he just died not that long ago. I think within the last month.
Oh, shit, that's not him. I think the guy from John Wick. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I think he might have been in John Wick. I don't know. I've never seen those movies. But like,
Do you not enjoy action movies?
I do. I just haven't watched them. I love a good mindless action flick.
Oh, fuck.
A classic example, I own all of the Expendables movies and all but the most recent Fast and Furious movie.
Interesting. I have, the last one I saw, we talked about this. The last one I saw was when it was Super Vin Diesel versus Super Jason Statham, and they were running from crumbling buildings to fight each other with 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 foreign objects like pipes and crowbars and
That
they were
was
just,
the same movie that Super Rock jumped out a window, fell a bunch of stories, and lived.
yeah, super. You say that like Rock ever does anything else in his movies? That's his movies,
That's one of the things that I have to point out.
bro.
They talk about
The movie. First of all, every time he does a movie with Kevin Hart, he should have died 10 times in that movie. I don't know what it is about him doing a movie with Kevin Hart, where he just becomes like him on steroids, as if he's not already OP.
but no, I had this discussion with somebody because there was this thing about best wrestler turned actor, and people mentioned like The Rock and John Cena, and I would put John Cena over The Rock any day because The Rock plays the same character in every movie he does. John Cena's got range. Like, fuck, you saw Peacemaker, right?
Yeah,
He was fantastic in Peacemaker. Another guy who's not afraid to make a fool of himself. But out of all of them, I think Batista is the best actor of the bunch. I've seen him do a lot of different stuff.
oh yeah.
Like, fuck, out of them all, he's the only one that starred in M. Night film.
But bro, I gotta be honest with you. See, with John Cena, we'll see. But dog, that he kicked ass with Peacemaker.
He
I've
did.
seen Batista do some great things. I've seen him. I haven't seen the movie, the
Knock at the
horror
Cabin.
movie. I haven't seen that one.
It's
But
fantastic.
I have seen
The Guardians films.
the Guardians, Hills, but Army of the Dead was really good as well.
I liked him in that.
Um, I feel like that was pretty cool because I know he's got like a complicated relationship with his daughter, so that was kind of interesting seeing him have that dynamic. Not only in that movie, but also this most recent Guardians movie. Have you seen Guardians 3?
No, not yet. I'm poor.
Well, Mister, I can pirate wrestling pay-per-views, but I can't pirate new movies.
No,
Sucks to
I
suck.
won't do that to them.
You are a wildcat.
Wrestling, I will, because $50 to watch something that was so crappy, like, no way am I paying that.
You are a wildcat.
But yeah, I'll be willing to pay $8 if I had it to go watch the Guardians film in the theater. I find that worth it.
I enjoyed it, and your boy Nathan Fillion, or yeah, what?
Yeah,
The guy from Castle.
the guy from Firefly. Yeah,
The guy from Castle.
from Firefly. Yeah,
The guy from Castle.
Captain Hammer.
Uh,
Have you ever
Dog,
seen that?
dog.
Dr. Horrible Psycho and Blood?
Firefly had 2 seasons. Castle had like 7 seasons.
Firefly had one season.
My point exactly.
One season and a movie.
And you think people know him from Firefly more than Castle?
Yes. The Firefly fandom? Yes. Trust me. Have you ever seen Firefly?
No.
It's a spaghetti western in space.
It's a spaghetti western.
Yeah.
Who cares?
In space.
A spaghetti western? What makes a spaghetti western so special from a regular western?
Here, I will get the actual definition for you of spaghetti western.
You do that.
Spaghetti western. Spaghetti western is a broad subgenre of western films produced in Europe. It emerged in the mid-1960s in the wake. I have to actually click on this. Filmmaking style, international box. Okay, Sergio Leone's filmmaking style and international box office success. The term was used by foreign critics because most of these westerns were produced and directed by Italians. Leone's films and other core spaghetti westerns are often described as having eschewed, criticized, or even demythologized many of the conventions of traditional U.S. westerns. This was partly intentional and partly the context of a different cultural background. According to veteran spaghetti western actor Aldo Sembril, the phrase spaghetti western was coined by Spanish journalist Alfonso Sanchez in reference to the Italian food spaghetti. Spaghetti westerns are also known as Italian westerns, or primarily in Japan, macaroni westerns. In Italy, the genre is typically referred to as Western all Italiana. Italio Western is also used, especially in Germany. So it's not necessarily a spaghetti western, but it has the same setup as like a spaghetti western would, except for the fact that it's American based, um, and that it doesn't follow its normal conventional things. To the point where they even had their own civil war, and the rebels, the brown coats, are actually the good guys in this because they wanted some freedom instead of being like all under the thumb of a galactic government.
Nice.
And the brown coats lost the war, and they're kind of like looked down upon. So like they get into scavenging, and basically it's if Han Solo had lost the Rebel War, and now he's just trying to make a living selling stuff in space as a smuggler for under the Empire. But they use regular guns. There's lots of desert planets and other stuff, and they have a scientifically modified ninja girl who's just like, so yeah.
Shit.
And Christina Hendricks is in it briefly.
I don't know who that is.
The redhead from Mad Men.
Although I did
Tiggle.
hear I heard Mad Men was phenomenal.
I've never seen it. She's got Tiggle Bitties.
Okay.
Do yourself a favor. Put Christina Hendricks in your Google machine. You'll thank me later.
That won't. Yeah.
She was the mother in the second Strangers film.
Still doesn't help. I reckon she's extremely attractive. I don't really.
Oh, she's hot.
I'm really like numb to like. You honestly, you grew up in the era where you were like having you probably you probably had nudie mags. I just kind of grew up in the era where it was just all on the internet, and so I'm just kind of numb to it now. I don't even.
I grew up in an era of both.
So yeah, I'm just completely numb. So yeah.
I grew up in an era of nudie mags and DVDs, and now it's all on one website.
Technology.
It's interesting, isn't it?
It is, and the human body is interesting. I am going to have to call it quits.
Because you smoked your weight in weed.
No, I've been up since 8 a.m. Yeah. So.
Me too.
But I had work today. No offense.
I had to clean the house and make food for the kids, and Are you saying that's not work?
I am not. You actually did have a rather strenuous day. However, I am used to going to sleep around 9-ish. So, yeah.
So what you're saying is you're an old man.
I am an old man.
Do you yell at kids regularly to get off your lawn?
Yeah.
Have you applied for AARP yet?
No.
Well, Jeremiah, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
I mindlessly played this game. Excuse me, and thank you for making a fool of yourself about wrestling.
Well, of course.
You're all like, nah, fuck those people. Fire them. We don't need all them people. Most of
Look,
them aren't any good anyway.
I feel like half of y'all. Look, I feel like a good 30 to 50% of each major roster. You can trim the fat. Y'all is not like that. Y'all is not that good. I'm sorry. Y'all,
So
not
who are you
everybody
trimming?
need dog.
Who are you trimming from, say, WWE? Give
Dog.
me 10 names right off the top of your head.
10 names off the top of my head.
Yep. I mean, they're
Bro.
supposed to be dropping like 16. So, like, and
Bro.
that's supposed to be soon. So, why don't we hear your
Anybody
suggestion on 10
who
of them?
so you watch so the last time you watched Monday Night Raw, if you were ever watching Monday
Monday.
Night Raw, if you were watching Monday Night Raw and you felt the need to skip a segment, that means this person does not need to be on my TV. So boom,
So, Seth Rollins. We're firing Seth Rollins.
or we're giving him a new gimmick, because even if it's a person who you feel like, oh, he's so talented, but I don't like his presentation right now. That's one thing. But if this person I ain't never seen nothing in this person. I ain't got nothing. I don't want nothing to do with him.
So,
Then
Seth Rollins.
you ain't never liked nothing about Seth Rollins.
I like the fact that Roman didn't win the championship at that one WrestleMania.
So you don't think Seth Rollins is a talented wrestler?
I didn't say I don't think he's a talented wrestler, but he doesn't really do it for me.
So would you say he's an extremely talented wrestler?
I don't think he's as good as he thinks he is.
I didn't. I don't. And is he in the top 80% of active wrestlers?
Top 80% of active wrestlers?
No. The top, is he in the top 20%? So is he above 80%? Is he in the
No.
top 20%? He's
No.
not.
No.
So you can confidently say 2 out of 10 wrestlers. So if you pulled 10 wrestlers randomly from WWE, it's likely that 2 of them would be better than Seth Rollins.
Yeah, go ahead. Do it to me right now. I'll even tell you what to.
It wouldn't be random because it just wouldn't be random. And I don't even want to embark on this experiment today. You have yet another polarizing wrestling take today, sir.
Says the guy that wants to fire, like, to cram down the wrestling to 1 hour per company.
Listen. It's too much filler. You people sit here and tell me that you be glued to the TV for 2 hours every week.
Yeah.
You be glued to the TV. For Raw or SmackDown?
Go ahead. Do 10, Bailey. For both. I stick to both. I even watch NXT.
2 hours.
Yeah. The whole time. Three
Dog.
hours of Raw.
I don't know. You
2 hours of NXT.
You
2 hours of SmackDown. I can't sit through a whole AEW show, though.
See, I can't sit through either of them. WWE, they. I mean, I've talked about it. I feel like both sides, they have friggin', like, I feel like both sides are kind of too stagey at times. Like, it's never like, even like the backstage stuff where like somebody's talking and then, so like, boom, someone supposedly it's supposedly it's my time to get interviewed, but then you and your crew come interrupt my interview, and the person who was holding the microphone for me, they back off into the abyss, but the camera, you can still hear
I
us.
fucking love it when Dom and Rhea do that. Dom and Rhea come up and interrupt somebody else's time to talk. They did it to Apollo Crews. They did it to Xavier Woods. I love it when they do that shit.
That's it. Oh, is Bailey gonna drop those 10 random wrestlers?
Just waiting on it.
What was I gonna say? Oh, well, it can be done in a fun way, but mostly it's like really okay. Yeah, I was just trying to make sure we still had you. Like it's mostly really annoying, because like, and here's the thing, like the person who's holding the microphone as if the microphone is important, they like disappear, and you can still hear them. So obviously that microphone is a dummy microphone, and so you're kind of like exposing yourself.
To be fair,
And so I was gonna say, I'm like, do I have to repeat that last line? And so you're like exposing yourself.
How familiar are you with like sound setups for production?
I am not very, although
Okay,
I
so there's
feel
a
like
boom mic. They have multiple audio lines. All right, and these audio lines are all mixed the same way you would when you would music. And you have your boom mics that pick up general stuff. Then you have your specific microphones to help make sure you can pick up in a very specific way. In fact, if you notice and you listen, when they're talking with that microphone there's a different quality and tone, especially by the person who's holding the microphone, like in the backstage. When they back away, they switch to the boom mic, which is still able to pick up, but there's a different quality and tone to it. It's not specified to a specific area, so it's wider. It's like opening up a camera lens from here to here.
yeah, okay.
But if you'd like to help, I can list 10 mid-carders off the top of my head right now that I think are better than Seth Rollins.
You know what? You are the same man that said Nick Harrison sucks, so I might have to bypass your opinion on this one.
Nick Harrison had, and it's not because he's black, he had a completely black screen. Like there was nothing. Nothing. He was in the dark, cutting a promo in a car against Legion, and he thought he should have won.
That's not what they got to do. What they got to do is that means he sucks for life. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say he sucked. I just said that in that case, like he was upset about the way it got judged, and it's like, no, that wasn't. I'm sorry, but that was like a 7.25 on the scale of judging, and that was just because of the content in it. But you couldn't see anything. Like he might as well have just recorded an audio instead of a promo. It's a promo video, and you can't see anything. All you can do is hear something, and I'm supposed to judge that better than that? Like that 7.25 was generous.
I mean, that's fair.
Like if they put on the television watching wrestling, all right, Randy Orton's return, okay, Randy Orton's returning, he's challenging Seth Rollins for the championship, all right, and all you have is this very, very dark room where you can't even really make out his facial expressions, his face, anything. You just know there's somebody there from like general shadowing, but like you can't really make out anything. And he's talking about how he's coming for Seth Rollins. Like, are you going to want to watch that on television? Or are you like, what the fuck are they doing? Right?
Yeah, fair.
It's not a podcast. It's a video. Video generally needs stuff to be seen.
Yeah,
But like I can list for you right now 10 mid-carders off the top of my head that I think are better than Seth Rollins.
Go ahead.
I can even list you some NXT talent.
Fuck.
I can actually list you a lot of NXT talent I think are better than Seth Rollins.
Sounds like you don't like Seth Rollins very much. Or has Seth Rollins fallen off, or have you always disliked Seth Rollins?
I thought he was good, but like I wouldn't put him up in the best. There's been no period in WWE where I would consider him one of the top 5, one of the top, maybe top 10, but never the top 5, never like the guy, never the person who could be the guy.
Shit.
But like Finn Balor, Damian Priest, Chad Gable, Braun Breaker, Carmelo Hayes, Austin Theory, Bronson Reed, Shinsuke Nakamura. Like, that's got to be 10 right there, right? Probably.
Yeah.
Would you disagree with any of them?
I mean,
Here's
it's
one for you. Dominic Mysterio.
it's subjective. He's like gotten much better. Like his character is exponentially better than Seth's right now. And my fucking shoulder is fucking killing me. So I am gonna have to take these headphones off and lay my ass down.
It sounds like you need more drugs.
No, I do need a drug called sleep.
I think you need more drugs.
Well, if Bailey finds that list, I want you to screenshot it and send it to me. Or are you
Okay.
going to end the broadcast?
No, I'm gonna be on here for a while.
Okay. I hope. Where is everybody? Where's Brooke? Where's Johnny Rotten? Where's
Oh, I didn't send him a link.
Well, it has been fun. It's been fun talking about wrestling and fake wrestling, which yeah, wrestling is fake, but we are talking about a fake wrestling. So
true.
yes, and I hope you have a very pleasant rest of your evening.
Oh,
and
we
a
got
very-
something. Here we go. Mustafa Ali, Gunther, Angelo Dawkins, LA Knight, Rick Boogs, Tommaso Ciampa, Wesley, Bobby Lashley, Damian Priest. All 9 of those I think are better than Seth Rollins. Angelo Dawkins is actually my favorite of the Street Profits.
I was gonna say this is you. This was like you had already mentioned Damian Priest, and I would put Gunther and LA Knight over Seth Rollins. So this was pretty.
And I'm not even a big Bobby Lashley fan, but I would put him over Seth Rollins.
Really?
Yep.
Can he have a match longer than 10 minutes?
Yeah. I'll find 10 more random. LOL.
Well, no, I gotta take my ass to bed.
The one who's iffy is Bobby Lashley. Like, I might put Rollins over
Rick
Lashley.
Boogs. You want Rick Boogs over?
I love Rick Boogs. Come on. I want to see a Rick Boogs and Braun Breaker tag team. Boogs and Breaker. Breaker doing the push-ups after
always-
the pinfalls.
I
Rick
always
Boogs doing the
wonder-
curls and the overhead presses with the guys. Like,
I always wondered who is this comedy for, and it is for you. That is interesting.
Santos Escobar. I love Santos Escobar. I loved him as King Cuerno in Lucha Underground. I loved him as Fantasmo Jr. When he had his time in Mexico before losing the mask. Like, I love Escobar. I have one of his action figures in one of the totes I have packed over here. Like,
I very much enjoy Escobar as well, and I do have to hit the hay. You have a great evening.
You too.
Bailey, if that's even your real name, you have a great evening as well. And toodaloo.
Adios, muchacho. There. Yeah, no, I'm a big Escobar fan. He's like, I was excited when I found out he was in NXT. From a coworker of mine at the time, But I loved King Cuerno and Lucha Underground. I loved his stuff with Drago, the Hunter versus the Dragon. Like, I loved that shit. Big fan of Escobar. I don't hate Seth Rollins. I hate his current gimmick. I would pick Rollins over Corbin. That's one that I would pick Rollins over. I'm not big. I've never been a Corbin fan. I think Corbin does a wonderful job of making do with what he's given. But I'm not a big Corbin fan. I still think Corbin does good does a great job with what he's given. He's able to make a fool of himself, and that's something I find very important in a wrestler. One who doesn't have to be all serious all the time. Like hell, Steve Austin during his what era? He wasn't exactly super serious all the time. He was entertaining and he was fun. Waiting for these. I need those rare draft picks. All right, we're going to give away Baron Corbin. No, we're actually going to give away Eric Bischoff because... we got Eric Bischoff back. If I'd given away Baron Corbin, oh well. Can't help but make mistakes from time to time. I won though. I got my EO Sky today. That's my new profile picture in game. Hopefully this doesn't screw anything up. Yay, Andre Pro. Hey, I got the Eric Bischoff anyway. Yeah, it's not gonna work. It's giving me some issues. Like screwing up my my chat window there. Oh, Chad Gable, cool. I'm gonna use him for the tag match for Power. Whew. I'm not gonna win this. Cool. Unfortunately, it means I gotta get rid of Solo. Nice. Well, Andre for sure. There's some Chad Gable at him. I got a win. And Power Speed, Eric Bischoff. Go to the next round. Hey, Miz. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, I got the bye. got another Chad Gable. I don't want to give him up, but ooh, I got Andre. That is awesome. Tag team charisma. I think I just won again. And now they get to know that they gave me a tier 1 Andre as they got eliminated. This is good. I should guarantee myself a rare draft pick, which I'm hoping is going to be in the next myth card. Baron Corbin, who I'm going to throw away. Yes, a tier 1. Well, this is going to be the better charisma. And right off the bat, he can know that he gave me this. Tag team toughness. Toughness speed. His Eric Bischoff versus the Eric Bischoff he gave me. Well, we're down to 4. I'm in the final 4. It's a shame I got to get rid of Scott Hall. Okay, there's the Miz. I would absolutely love it if this next person gives me one of my, like Chad Gable. That would be awesome. Ugh, Baron Corbin. Tag team toughness, power, speed. It looks like, without a shadow of a doubt, this is going to be my better team. Toughness, charisma. I'm going to waste Baron Corbin on that. Oh, nice. I gave them a tier 1 Scott Hall. That actually makes me very happy. Tag team power. Let's see how this goes. Unfortunately, that is going to be a loss for me. Maybe not. It was a win for me. Unfortunately for them, they did not win. So now it's down to me and the guy who I gave his first loss to. I'll give them Braun Breaker. Tag team power toughness. That's going to be this team. Yeah, they got me. It was close though. I might have just won this. Nope, I lost. Give him Miz. Toughness, speed. Alright, one match won. Tag team toughness. Oh, that's unfortunate. Brock Lesnar's a pro. My myth card is AJ Styles. Okay, that should stay going now. Ooh, 50 points away. And I probably got energized again. Oh no. Okay. All right, so I'm going to take a small break, and I will be back in a bit. Let's see, where is it here? Okay, so there we go, and I will return.
I am your intermission piece. I guess I am here to pass the time while Joshy Boy is away. So, let's see. I guess what I can do in the meanwhile is, oh, I've got it. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get over here, stink. Here. Have a puppy. Well, she's not really a puppy. She's old as shit. But she's a puppy. I don't know. I wasn't really planning on being the only one on camera at the moment. So, yeah. Also with me, of course, it's not a stream that I'm a part of without the lovely little M here. Good job, buddy. Okay, that's your obligation. Go back over there. Well, I guess until laundry is finished, you can watch me eat my dinner, because I haven't eaten all day and I need my sustenance. So, you ready for some riveting content, ladies and gentlemen? I should have expected a situation like this. Be more prepared. But, you know, shit happens. And I tend to not be prepared for things. I'll tell you what I was prepared for. I was prepared for the stream to already be over. And I would have missed the boat, like I tend to do these days. But not only am I here, I get to be center stage for a little while. And all of you get to sit here in absolute shock, awe, and boredom with me as I eat a chicken leg, very weirdly. I don't know why I prefer to eat the skin off first. It's really fucking weird, I know. I don't understand it either. I should have got a drink. Why didn't I get a fucking drink? What's wrong with me? So how about that weather, huh? Fascinating. You know, it's reasons like this why I shouldn't have a podcast to myself. Yet sometimes I think about actually doing it. Just doing something by myself and doing whatever the fuck happens. I don't know. I think I'd title it, I Shouldn't Have a Podcast. I've actually thought about doing that for about a year.
That is a very catchy name for a podcast. I will say that.
It is, isn't it?
It is. It really is.
I've been thinking about doing it for like a year. I've been thinking about doing something like that for about a year, and it's just never manifested. But I'm like, you know what? Why not?
I mean, I would listen to it.
Aw, thanks.
I'd even play it in the background while I was streaming.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like, you know, I love having something going, some sort of music or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I might just work on that since the whole unplugged thing is kind of on break for a while.
Yeah. So I had Jeremiah on earlier.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Is that why you asked me that earlier?
Yes. Because I bequeathed to him the Lions Den match, not the Lions, the Wolves Den match for a title defense, and I'm like, yeah, the last time it was used was me versus Ethan Carnage for the Alpha Championship.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, oh well, I don't know if I could live up to that. I'm like, oh come on, why not? I'm like, I'd put you on the same par with somebody like Ethan Carnage. Like I could see you doing this. And he's all bashful as always. Like, oh no. We also discovered that apparently I really hate Seth Rollins. We played a game. He asked me if I thought he was in the top 20% of the company, and I said no. So like, okay, so that means 2 out of 10, like random wrestlers from WWE I can list, and with Seth Rollins in one of those. Seth Rollins, 9 other people, and 2 out of those people, at least 2 out of those people, you're going to say are better than Seth Rollins. And I said yes. And then we proceeded to go through a whole bunch of people that I thought were better than Seth Rollins. So I'm going to play the same game with you now. I'm going to give you the opportunity to do the same thing. Okay? Ooh, nice.
What?
He got Gigi. He wants Gigi and Liv. Oh, I misread. Sorry, I thought he had gotten. I'd like to get them too. I just got AJ Styles earlier, and I got Io Sky for my freebie. But we'll go ahead and play this game. Same one we did earlier. You can go ahead and come up with Seth Rollins and 9 other random people from the WWE roster, any brand, NXT included, and I will see if I think at least 2 of them beat out Seth Rollins, or if even more.
Okay. Do they have to be current?
Yes.
WWE roster. Okay, so they have to be current roster members. Okay.
Yep, current roster members.
Okay. Full time? Well, okay. Let me rephrase that.
Preferably, but
because
I'll make an exception.
because technically Roman and Brock and people are part time, so they wouldn't technically count if you just went by full time. So like legend type.
Anyone who currently competes.
Okay.
Or even currently, or anyone that's currently on the roster, active or inactive, part-time or full-time, including people like Brock and Roman. Any of them will suffice.
Okay. Let's see.
And yes, I would put both of them above Seth Rollins anyway. So
I would agree. I would agree putting Brock and Roman above Seth.
For a number of reasons.
I think Seth would agree.
Well, Seth has agreed.
Yeah.
He talked about because of being in this era, like he's never going to be the guy, but he can always be the Savage to Roman's Hogan, or
right.
And proceed to list stuff like that.
Let's see. Kofi.
Yes, better.
Seth is better or Kofi's better?
Kofi's better.
Okay. Why?
Well, what's Seth got going for him? His athleticism. Kofi's more athletic. Which moment was bigger for wrestling as a whole? Seth Rollins winning his first world championship, or Kofi Kingston winning his first world championship?
Short term, Kofi. Long term, Kofi's reign really didn't mean shit.
I didn't say reign. I said win.
Win. Okay, win.
That was the first time.
So we're just talking about the moment in of itself, not everything that came after it.
Yes, the moment in of itself. His moment was bigger than Seth's. And I loved Seth Rollins cashing in and hijacking the main event of WrestleMania because I did not want Roman or Brock to really win that. I really didn't want Roman to win it. So, like, having a third option, I loved that. But as far as
with that context, then yeah, Kofi's win, that moment, definitely had much more, like, I would say, I guess, impact, for lack of a better term.
you had people literally like Kofi Kingston's moment was very similar to the Daniel Bryan moment.
Yeah,
at
I would say
WrestleMania.
like Seth's sort of moment had a lot of, like, I guess, storyline importance. Kofi's had more of a, I guess, all around importance. I guess.
Not to mention what it meant for the company as a whole and what it meant for, black kids watching wrestling, actually seeing an actual black main WWE champion. Like,
Yeah. Okay. I'll give you that one. Let's see.
here's another example on the Kofi end, right? Kofi's gimmick's been pretty much the same for the last 5-6 years. Member of New Day, right?
I'd say longer than that.
That's to say, at least. Seth Rollins' gimmick has been how long? And I fucking hate it. I'm over it. Think of how many gimmicks Seth Rollins has had since Kofi Kingston's been one of the member of the New Day. Monday Night Messiah, Beast Slayer.
I would argue, like, the whole, like, Beast Slayer, King Slayer thing. I would argue those aren't really gimmicks, more or less just little nicknames. I wouldn't really count those as separate gimmicks. So let's see. You look, okay. You got Shield Rollins. You've got Authority Rollins. Then you've got the, I guess,
Monday Night Messiah.
Well, no, that's way later. What would you call his? I'm struggling of what to call his sort of, I guess, phase after he, like, came back from that big injury.
Beast Slayer?
No, I think that was
his babyface run.
The Brock thing was still later than that. This was like during the Triple H thing. So I guess
that's where he rebranded the Architect.
The whole, like, Slayer, I guess, because his Slayer phase, I guess.
My Slayer phase involved a lot of black T-shirts and heavy metal. So
fair.
Burn it down.
Yeah.
There's two things I like about Seth Rollins. Do you want to know what they are? Well, three things. One, he kept Roman Reigns from winning the World Championship at WrestleMania.
Okay.
2, his wife. 4 things. 3, his daughter. And 4, his old Architect theme music with the Burn It Down. Mm-hmm. Those are the 4 things I like about Seth Rollins.
Okay.
The biggest problem, I think, is his current gimmick has soured on me so much. I hate the way he acts. Like,
honestly, I will say a lot of my, like, kind of picking over it is just kind of for giggles.
Yeah, to fuck with me, I know.
Yeah.
It's okay. I appreciate it, actually.
I do honestly think that he should have dropped this whole, like, weird, like, the crazy outfits and
big time Bex Rollins. Yeah,
like that whole this whole thing is kind of.
Hey, you can't forget the King of Drip. He had the King of Drip before going into this too.
Yeah, which I feel like
the King of Drip was the heel version of this persona.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I think if he just kind of went back to basics,
And this is a guy who's referring to himself as the ace of WWE. Now, you know enough about Japanese wrestling, you know what the ace is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He's referring to himself as the ace of WWE, like off camera, like not on television. And this is what I'm supposed to see as the ace of WWE.
Because I think if he like toned down on the overly gimmicky shit and just kind of got back to basics, I think it'd be a lot better.
You know, it'd be great if he could just stop with that stupid fucking laugh. He's not Joaquin Phoenix. He's not even fucking Jared Leto, okay? Like,
yeah, I think like
on a scale of Jared Leto to Heath Ledger, he doesn't even rank a Jared Leto. So,
damn.
like, he couldn't even hold Mark Hamill's fucking toilet paper while he wipes.
Well, not a lot of people can, to be fair.
I mean, I don't know.
Like
the toilet paper is the bottom of the thing.
Do what?
That toilet paper is like the very bottom of the rung. Like, that's like the lowest potential thing you could do. Even Jared Leto can hold the toilet paper for Mark Hamill.
Which, because like there's two Leto Jokers. There's the Suicide Squad, and then there's that
Snyder Cut.
Yeah. So
and then there's the extended director's cut of Suicide Squad, which is an even better Joker from Suicide Squad 2, because you get a lot more of it. They cut out a huge portion of his stuff, which I had a copy of a director's edition that had everything on it, and having that, like, it's actually like 30 minutes of Joker stuff in there.
Mm-hmm.
Between him and Margot Robbie's Harlequin, it was fantastic.
I'll never understand why like they just butchered that so much, because
they didn't want to make the movie about the Joker. And
fair. But it's like,
but it wouldn't necessarily be about the Joker per se, as it would be, because the Joker stuff was fantastic, but it was about Harlequin. It was giving you that Harlequin stuff.
Yeah, because like I get not wanting to make the movie about Joker, but you can't tell Harley Quinn's story without the Joker.
But they wanted to be the primary, like, male focus of everything. The primary focus of the movie, mainly on Will Smith's Deadshot over anything else.
And then he didn't even come back for the next movie.
No. Instead, you got Idris Elba, who I don't think is as good of an actor as people think he is.
No, he's not. But they did get John Cena, though.
Yeah, and he was fantastic.
He was the highlight of the second movie.
Yeah, we were actually talking about the wrestlers turned actor earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And how most people put like The Rock or John Cena as, but like I think Batista's the best wrestler turned actor.
Is honestly, here's how I would rank it. With going with Rock, Cena, and Batista, here's how I would rank them, honestly.
Batista, Cena, Rock.
Yes. And Batista and Cena, in my opinion, are a close, like they're close, and then Rock is way low.
See, I put Batista marginally above Cena, and Cena really high above Rock.
Yeah. Like
as far as box office success,
Rock is
might be
pun intended rock bottom.
As far as leading male box office success, you'd probably have to give it to The Rock, followed by Cena.
He's definitely the most successful wrestler turned actor. Definitely. But that doesn't mean he's a good actor.
Have you seen Knock at the Cabin?
Mm-mm.
Batista's fantastic in that. Like, fantastic.
Isn't that on Netflix?
I don't know. I am a jobless hobo, so I don't have Netflix.
Well, I'm about to cut it anyway because they're pissing me off.
Yeah. So, like, I don't know about what is or isn't on Netflix, but I own it on Vudu.
Oh, okay.
I've watched the movie a couple times. I really like it.
Mm-hmm.
On that end, did you know Idris Elba got his start in Marvel films even earlier than Thor?
Really?
He is in Ghost Rider 2.
Oh. I didn't know that.
I only know that because I've owned it since it first came out, and I only started watching it like a week or two ago. Also,
Well,
I've discovered on completely off topic, but that's what we do. I have come to the conclusion that a Seiki anime might be like one of my favorite types of anime. Like just straight up, I've loved everyone I've watched.
I don't know. I don't know anime by those by like their specific like
Okay, I will give you an example of a Seiki
boxes.
animes. All right, Rising of Shield Hero,
Okay.
Overlord, um, Kimono Michi Rise Up.
So far, Shield Hero's the only one I know.
Have you watched Shield Hero?
I keep meaning to. I just forget. I keep forgetting to go and actually start watching, but that's like the case with me in a lot of shows.
Season 2 is on Hulu, but season 1 is not. Unfortunately, my Crunchyroll subscription is currently out because I'm poor. So if anyone wants to donate $7.99 to me so I can watch Demon Slayer this weekend, I would appreciate that. But anyway, but yeah, Seiki is basically the style where a character gets transported into another world and they tend to end up becoming like OP like.
Okay. Okay.
Like
I got
Sword
you.
Art. Was it Sword Art Online? Sword Art Online was kind of like what was in the Seiki. One of the other hallmarks for them usually is like they have a harem. That they're like obsessed with them, but they're just like not really even noticing these people in that regard.
Fair. Okay.
But I've discovered I really like a Seiki anime. But I think it's because it speaks to me on that like RPG like gameplay kind of element, that fantasy realm. But what brings it up is I found a new one I started watching on Crunchyroll the day before my subscription ran out, and I didn't realize it ran out then, and I got really sad. It was I got a cheat skill in another world, and now I'm unrivaled in this one too. The main character is an ugly fat guy.
Oh.
Who has a lot of issues with like his family disowning him because his grandfather left all his inheritance to him, and they're like, you stole it. And so like he was left to raise himself in his grandfather's house, and he ends up finding this door that leads to another world, and everything from the other world starts transporting into this other world. And like I like anime like that. I enjoy it. Like I sit and I watch it, and I love it, and it's fun.
And definitely
And,
see the appeal in that.
they're cool. I've like I said, I found that I've been surprised to discover how much I really like that style. Like, and that's one of the tie-ins is because of that. I gotta do Wild Games. But I don't wanna. I don't wanna. That makes me think of a Mad TV skit. Look what I can do. But I don't wanna.
Let's see.
Yay, bronze bigger. I got this cool AJ Styles card today
No,
from the new Myth tier. I don't know if that's supposed to be a spider or Cthulhu or what in the background, but it's kind of cool.
Mothman, maybe.
That's what my wife thought too. I don't know though.
Just the eyes kind of give me Mothman vibes.
Right, so yeah, this is fantastic. I'm not gonna have to worry about any more of these anytime soon. Oh, I have so many cards right now. So this game is becoming an even bigger money grab than it was before.
That's a
They
shock.
they had this battle pass thing where like you had the regular tier and the premium tier, and the premium tier, like you could get gifted it for like $12, or you could buy it for $14.99 yourself. So they decided to upgrade it even more for the battle pass. All right, I want you to take a look at these prices here. Now the regular, the premium tier, the silver tier is now $19.99, and gifting it is $17.99. Okay, but now they introduced a new gold tier, which helps you get like all the best stuff,
Okay.
and it is $49.99.
Fuck that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, so if people want to donate money to me so I can get the battle pass, the gold one, I would love you forever. I might like see if I can get my wife to come on with me next time I do this, and have her just like focus the camera on her cleavage and see if I can get people to give me money.
That might work.
It might. Like, give me money, please. I'm just a poor boy from a poor family. Ah, AB.
Huh.
You didn't continue it.
Oh, I forgot.
Do you not know the song?
I do know this song. I'm blanking on the lyrics right now.
I'm just a poor boy from a poor family.
Can relate.
You really don't know the lyrics, do you?
I can't remember them right now. I've completely blanked. I have 100% blanked.
He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Spare him his life from this monstrosity. Come on.
Yeah.
Easy come, easy go. Will you let me go? So we talked with Jeremiah earlier, and I asked him, in what world do you take a man who very clearly has gone out of shape, going from being in shape, really good shape, to now being a slob, and you put them over someone who went from being more of a slob to not more of a slob, but looking more like a slob, to being in shape, to be your Money in the Bank holder?
Damn it. Hey,
It's a good point, right?
I'll
Come
be
on,
honest,
WWE even did it the other way around. They took the thing off Otis and they gave it to the Miz. Even they know what to do.
I'll be honest. I knew. I had no fucking fantasies about the opposite of what happened.
Me either, but can I talk to you about this? Poor Nick White.
I didn't see what happened with him.
Rocky T1.
Well, I kind of figured that part.
That's not what I was under the impression of, or what I think Nick was under the impression of.
The vibes I got from him was he was under the impression that he probably wasn't winning. Because I know we were talking a little bit after, and he was like, part of me had a little bit of hope that maybe they'd change their mind. And I kind of said the same thing too, not gonna lie. Because there was a couple times watching that where I'm like, wait a minute. Are they about to fucking swerve me here? But no.
But yeah, like I said to Jeremiah, I mean, since it's always been modeled very WWE like. That's a very WWE move. The guy that comes back loses.
Yeah, which
this is what you get for leaving.
Yeah.
And this is on my personal page too, so everyone from IW that I'm friends with can see this.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean,
though I guess Mr. Ness is retiring.
Is he?
That's what Jeremiah said. I'm like, well, David knows how to reach me.
Who's gonna run the show?
That's why I said David knows how to reach me.
What do you think he's gonna come to you?
I don't know, but I'm saying he can. Like,
Because I don't know who else I don't know who else really could.
I mean, unless he wants to elevate Keith or have the guy running UWO run it.
Well, he's doing his own. He's doing his own brand. Bar's doing his own brand. So he's doing it's basically the new Omega. I'll be completely honest. And again, like you said, there's a very good chance.
Maybe it's going to be Nick.
With Nick already doing XWE, there ain't a chance in hell.
Do you think he'll keep doing XWE?
I think so. I know so.
Because I mean, I know he was on the fence originally about even doing it.
Well, I'll just say this much. I'm in the circle a little bit. So I know he ain't got any plans of shuttering it, especially to take a booking spot in Mega. I know that much. I'm not giddy about the idea of the whole like Keith thing.
I should warn you, Keith is a friend of mine, and he might see this.
I got no problems with him as a person. But last time I was on Omega, it was a clusterfuck.
So you're saying you hate Keith?
Well, these days you say anything slightly critical of anyone, then it must mean you hate them and you want them to fucking die.
By the way, so far you've only mentioned one person to compare it to Seth Rollins.
I know. It was pretty slick how I moved right along from that, huh?
You still have 8 more.
Well, that's the thing. I need to think of 8 more, which for me is a fucking heavy task.
Fuck, load up the WWE.com website and just start naming people.
It's not a bad idea.
Open up AI. Ask them to list you Chad Gable. Yes. I love me some Chad Gable. I think Chad Gable is better than Seth Rollins. Yes.
I think if they gave him a chance to run serious, he would definitely turn some heads.
I mean, watching Chad Gable pick up Bronson Reed and give him a fucking stalling German suplex is just a beautiful thing to watch. The one he did to Braun Strowman at WrestleMania, like that was just beautiful.
Oh yeah. Now here's what I'll throw out. We talk about, Seth's had a lot of different varying characters and personas. And the well feels like it's kind of run dry on the overly gimmicky shit. Baron Corbin.
No.
Yeah.
Though I will say, Baron Corbin does a great job of the stuff he does. Him showing up at the end of NXT, making it clear he's going after Carmelo Hayes. I like the fact that what they've done is the free agents from the main roster have been showing up here and there on NXT. Like Mustafa Ali looks like he might be heading into a feud on NXT.
I didn't realize Corbin was a free agent.
Yep, he's in the free agent list.
Okay, so he can just that suddenly makes a lot more sense why he can just kind of float. That makes sense.
And I love the free agent prospect like that because there are guys who are great to be on any show to like put somebody over, have a brief program there, like. And Baron Corbin is great for that. Baron Corbin is, you can count on Baron Corbin to have a decent match, at the very least, a decent match with almost anybody you put him with. And he's fairly safe too, which is something I can't say for Seth Rollins.
He's Baron Corbin is a reliable hand. As far as the Seth being dangerous, I feel like that is very outdated at this point.
I didn't say that he is still dangerous. I'm just saying, compared to the two, Baron Corbin's a hell of a lot safer.
I guess on account of the just more where Seth has that, I guess, flashier style with the more like crazy moves. There's more margin for injury, I guess.
Just think how many times somebody has been injured in a match with Seth Rollins, and then think about how many times people have been injured in a match with Baron Corbin. You can't think of any injuries in that match with Baron Corbin, can you?
That would require me to have to think about Baron Corbin matches. Not even. Let's see. Okay, actually pulling up the fucking thing. Who the fuck is Boa?
Who?
I'm looking at. I pulled up the WWE roster page, and there's this dude called Boa who has like white paint with like black shit on it, and like he's doing like a fucking like, look. Like, who the fuck is this guy? I've never seen him before in my fucking life.
Huh.
I don't fucking know. Let's see.
Okay. Those sharpened tools became the 6'4" Strikers' golden ticket during WWE's historic 2016 talent tryout in Shanghai, where after a grueling 4 days, he earned a contract and an opportunity to eventually join NXT.
Okay.
After joining forces with Zia Lee under the direction of the mysterious Tian Sa, he became more dangerous than ever.
Oh, that guy! The Tian Sha gimmick, yeah. Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've seen some of his matches. I see them up here.
Okay. Okay, here's one.
He had some matches with Solo Sikoa.
Oh, yeah! I remember that. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
They were actually really good, too. So, yes, I'd pick him over Seth Rollins. Actually, no, I don't know if I'd pick him over Seth Rollins.
I wasn't listing him as one. That's not one of my picks. That was just a spur-of-the-moment thing because I didn't recognize the guy. Elias.
Yes.
Really?
Yep. Whether he's Elias, whether he's Ezekiel, whether he's the Lone Wanderer, whether he's like, yes, I think he is better than Seth Rollins.
You see him being a world champion?
I didn't say I see him being a world champion. I say I see him. Well, I think he is better than Seth Rollins.
I mean,
here is a beautiful example. Kurt Hennig was better than Hulk Hogan, but he was never a world champion. Do you disagree with either part of that? Because one part's factual, and the other part's pretty much factual.
Well, there's two different forms of better. Are we just talking about, like, ability-wise?
Talent as a whole. Their talent as a whole. Them as a whole.
Not like their, I guess, status.
Yes, we're not counting.
Because my thing is like, if I can't see someone being at the same or higher level, then I don't think that qualifies as being better, because that means they're missing something.
Or it just means that somebody is not interested in giving them that shot because they don't see a draw on them. But one man's trash is another man's treasure. There was a time where one of the most brilliant minds to renovate and innovate wrestling thought that there's no way a guy in black trunks and black boots can get over. And then he comes to WWF And people who never would have put him on the same level as somebody like Hogan are now today talking about him being on a Mount Rushmore of wrestling. That man is Stone Cold Steve Austin. That is why I am not using that as a metric for what I consider better. I could be thinking about just their wrestling skill. I could be thinking about just their charisma on the mic. Something that I think they're just way better than Seth Rollins as a whole, or that I find more enjoyable than Seth Rollins, even outside of the current gimmick.
Okay. I don't know why I didn't ask this before. Do you remember who all Jeremiah listed off? So I don't like names.
Not many. There were some in the comment section.
Okay.
But even if you repeat them, it's no big deal. Like, there might be people who are just now tuning in.
Okay.
Or there might be nobody tuning in.
More likely the latter, let's be honest.
It is possible.
Bray.
Of course.
He could be in his current position, absolutely.
He is. He is.
His current position,
100%.
100% not.
He is better than Seth Rollins.
At least at some point, whenever Seth says something, it makes sense somewhere.
Not to me.
Bray.
Seth Rollins to me just sounds like some guy rambling like an idiot.
Which is, I think that's exactly what Bray sounds like. Since he
Bray Wyatt to me reminds me of old school Undertaker. All mind fuckery. All. You're not old enough to really remember old school Undertaker. But like, old school Undertaker was a lot of just whatever.
Old school Undertaker having puppet shows.
But what's that got to do with him not making sense or making sense?
Well, at one point, it did make sense. Right now, the current Bray? No.
Do you remember Mick Foley having conversations with himself as alternate personas?
Yes.
That didn't make sense either, but it was good.
Yeah, it was good.
So it was great. The problem is you just want to hate on Bray.
No, I don't. It bothers
Bray,
me.
Bray is your Seth, okay?
On Bray, I hate having to talk bad about Bray stuff because I have always loved Bray. But
Bray is your Seth.
He's done is not it.
I disagree. I love it.
Well, everyone's entitled to their opinion, even if it's wrong.
I knew you were going to say that, but you're the one with the wrong opinion here.
Oh. I said, I hope whenever he does eventually come back, which he obviously will.
There was a rumor about potentially doing him versus Cody for SummerSlam,
which could be fucking excellent.
Especially if they let Bray go the route he did with Cena, going into that Firefly Funhouse, that same sort of like mind fuckery. You could play a lot into, fucking with Cody, like with the Stardust stuff, with the undashing and the dashing stuff, with the porn stash, with Damien Sandow.
Would be incredibly easy for Bray to work with because
Cody's okay with the camping.
There's a guy with like basically almost. They almost kind of have very similar paths. They're both like.
Okay, pause 1 second. Tell me this wouldn't be awesome. All right, we get the Bray Wyatt that came out and talked about what it was like being away from WWE and the fan support, that Bray Wyatt, right?
Yes,
That's the Bray Wyatt that comes out.
That's what I loved. I would have loved to see.
And
like,
that Bray Wyatt comes out and talks to Cody Rhodes, right up to Cody Rhodes with a, you know, Cody, your daddy isn't the only one that didn't get the WWE Championship. But unlike you,
great. I think they would.
Unlike you, I did what my dad didn't.
Yeah, that. Some fucking epic shit. I think the biggest. Okay, I will say this. I think the biggest hang up with Bray's whole comeback past that like first week or two was that he was paired with someone who didn't really have much to go off of. Like the whole.
So you're saying it's LA Knight's fault?
Pairing. No, it's not LA Knight. In fact, LA Knight carried that whole fucking thing.
I disagree.
Well, you can if you want,
but I will say that whole thing gave me appreciation for LA Knight.
Hold on. I think they just LA Knight and Bray. I don't really think they meshed that well. Like when they first, I guess, went face to face. I think it was like Knight had like a promo backstage. Bray came up and then he like headbutted him or something. Mm-hmm. I thought that was pretty sick. I'm like, okay, there could be potential here. And then I don't know, the weird shit happened. And then
you learned
it got into. I think if LA Knight would have had a little more, I guess, time to build a bit of a track record, it probably would have been a lot cooler. Or they could have, if they really wanted to, which they haven't shied away from going this route with Bray's opponents when faced with him, is deep dive into the past. Talk about his, I guess, the Eli Drake days or the Shawn Ricker days, or what was his name the first time he was in NXT?
I thought it was Eli Drake. And then he became Max Dupree when he came to the main roster.
Hold on. LA Knight.
But I didn't follow LA Knight.
I remember whenever he first came to WWE, he had a different name. I think it was Slate Randall.
Slate Randall?
Yeah, he was just a job guy. He had come in and just did jobs for a while, and then he left and became Eli Drake. And then came back to WWE as LA Knight. I think if you go down that path, if they would have gone down that path, it probably, honestly, it could have been pretty fucking interesting. But they didn't. And it was just weird. But that's besides the point. The potential of a Bray Cody story would be just, on paper, it sounds fucking phenomenal. The issue is, what's the execution going to be?
I think no matter what the execution is, Cody is one of those guys that is not afraid to go campy. He's not afraid to make himself look potentially ridiculous. He's one of those guys that's tough to work with. Which is why I was actually really excited about the idea of Bobby Lashley versus Bray Wyatt. Because something's missing for me with Bobby Lashley. He's one of those people that I said I could either put just above or just below Seth Rollins.
Bobby Lashley's biggest missing factor is the fact that he is fucking garbage on the mic.
You know who else is garbage on the mic?
I hate Bobby Lashley promos. I think he just sounds so robotic.
Do you know who else is garbage on the mic?
I know exactly what you're gonna say, and right
Do
now
you?
he is. Right now he is.
I was gonna say Brock Lesnar.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go back to Seth.
Nope. I mean, I'm not feeling his current gimmick on the
Yeah,
mic,
the current.
but
yes,
I
yeah,
recognize the fact he
I'm
can
not
be good
disagreeing
on the
when I
mic.
say current Seth right now in this moment is not that great. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think I would have preferred AJ to win. Being
Me too.
perfectly honest, I think I would have
And even he's not great on the mic, but he doesn't feel
better.
annoying on the mic. And that's the problem with Seth. He's annoying on the mic. This is supposed to be your top baby face right now on this brand.
Yeah,
You're
this
world
is-
champion.
He needs to kill the goofy shit. Kill the stupid outfits. Kill the fucking drawn out
I'm
speech.
I'm
kill
even
the
okay
rap.
with the stupid outfits, to be honest.
I'm not.
Well, like if you just
he's basically
kill
coming out
the
in fucking lingerie every other week.
kill the fucking stupid laugh, okay? Kill the stupid laugh, kill that part of it, and I'm happy with it. Like he can be flashy and like off the wall. He can be the artiste. Like
I think the biggest problem is it doesn't feel. It feels like he's just playing a character. I don't look at what he does right now and think, yeah, that's him.
and here's the funny thing
That's
about
just
that.
him pretending to be something.
I can list 4 people doing like a very definitive gimmick who I watch and I don't see them playing a character. I see a character being played, not somebody playing a character, if that makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be both Fandango and Tyler Breeze,
Mm-hmm.
and both members of Pretty Deadly. And they're that flamboyantly off the wall, like, but I see something that is being played to perfection, not somebody being a character.
Yeah. And I think that I guess the big reason that it works
Or a caricature.
with Tyler Breeze and Fandango and Pretty Deadly is because that's kind of, for the most part, how they've been represented from the start. Those
Well,
I know
Dalton.
you could talk about the Johnny Curtis days.
I was also going to talk about Dalton. I forget the fucking name
Mike
he
Dalton,
used.
but
Mike Dalton.
Nobody fucking remembers Mike Dalton except
I just brought up Mike Dalton. Oh, okay.
like
You said
literally
except that.
like nobody
let you
else
finish.
remembers Mike Dalton. I watched FCW all the fucking time. I remember Mike Dalton.
I always thought they
Every
missed
name,
the
and
boat.
every name he had in between. He had a
I
lot
always thought they missed the boat on putting him with Dolph Ziggler. Like, they could have been fantastic together.
as like a team.
Yeah.
Would have been interesting.
Show up and show off.
Mm.
That could have been their whole moniker. We show up and we show off.
Yeah, like as far as like
Getting the job
as
done
far as,
and
like,
looking
the
good doing it.
Fandango character and the Tyler Breeze character, they were introduced as very flamboyant and flashy. Pretty Deadly, introduced as flamboyant and flashy. Seth Rollins was not introduced that way, and
He was
only
introduced as a headbanger.
for like a year or two. He was introduced as a fucking punk kid from Davenport coming out moshing his way to the fucking ring. This like I said, coming out dressed in fucking lingerie every week, pretending like he's the fucking Joker.
And this current gimmick, I could get behind as a heel,
It works as a heel because it's just
but not as the baby face of the
when
brand.
he was a heel, it worked.
Because that's the type of thing I would see in a heel. Like I'd say, okay,
Yeah.
like
Well,
then you know what? This is the Roman thing. You make him a heel, and I'm behind it. But him as a baby face with this gimmick, no, either ditch the gimmick or fucking make him the heel.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
this role on the baby face is not a world champion.
Yeah, like this gimmick as a face is not working.
No.
Like,
And the sad part is this gimmick as a face is not a world champion. It makes it even worse because it's hard to believe he has this big like ego type thing like this. That he's a Lady Gaga of the men's division, if you will, if he's not successful. But as a babyface, it's annoying as fuck.
Yeah.
And here's the double standard, because I would be okay with a female like this. Just maybe without this. Well, I can't even say that because I like the babyface persona of Nikki Cross, where she's a little out of it. But she's also not over-exaggeratingly laughing like she's sipping her Mai Tai on her yacht at the end of a... Like, that's not a baby face. I mean, I guess it's a baby face if you're Vince McMahon and think that's what good guys do. But if you're Vince McMahon, you think good guys also take advantage of your female talent and then just give them money for it. So, in his mind, he's a good guy.
Oh yeah. And it feels like Seth being turned but still keeping this character. It almost felt like he was turned out of necessity for needing more baby faces on the show. That, and also people like his song, so the song kind of turned him.
You could have kept the song and you could have changed the character a little.
Yeah. Like the song is fine.
He could be with that. With that stuff, you could make him a modern day people's champion. Okay.
Yeah.
But not with that stupid personality.
Because like, I do feel like when you take away all like the I think when you go back to like the 2017 2018 Rollins, he gave off kind of that everyman vibe.
Yeah.
That's what I liked the most, was that sort of everyman vibe that he had. That just like he is that people's champion. This, no. Not
Unfortunately,
close.
the people are just stupid.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
People are brain damaged.
Yeah, if people are watching this like, yeah, I love it. No offense if you're watching us and you're like, I love that Seth Rollins stuff. You might not be brain damaged. You're especially not brain damaged if you donate enough money for me to get that gold pass. Or even for just get my Crunchyroll back. Come on, folks, I'm panhandling for you. Do I
brain dead for liking?
Let me use my. Let me show it off one more time. This is what I'm smoking, people. Please, can I have some more? I'll sing and dance for you. I'll make my wife come on one of these days and show her cleavage. I suppose that might be classified as prostituting, huh?
Kind of.
No, it's not.
It's kind of like in a gray area.
It's no different than the chicks that come on here, play games with their tits half hanging out. Which, by the way, if anyone sees this, I don't have a problem with. I love watching those. And, grinding their money, getting their money from people. Like, I'm all about that in any way, shape, or form. I just want some of the money, too. Like, let me have some. Like, I can tape my tits together and provide cleavage, if that helps. Look at this. Woo! I can shave my chest if it would be helpful. I'm not going to lie. I was really hoping Kiwi was going to stumble upon the link and say, what the hell?
And then just, yeah.
I'm disappointed. I was busy playing Diablo 3 in anticipation for Diablo 4 tomorrow. To have a random live stream with him.
Who the fuck is Ryan Papola?
Oh.
I'm just back to. Oh, he's one of their fucking podcasts. Why is a fucking podcast guy on their roster page?
Because he's part of the crew. They got referees on there too.
I haven't come across a referee yet on the roster page. And I'm all the way down at the T's. Now I'm at the V's. Vacant is on the roster page.
I would take
That
Vacant
is
over
the
Seth
greatest.
Rollins
That
any
is
day
the
of the week.
greatest. That is the greatest thing ever. Fucking Vacant has a spot on the roster. I love it.
I would take Vacant over Seth Rollins any day of the week.
I would take Vacant over everyone. Vacant is the greatest in the world.
So this is the free agent list for WWE right now. Baron Corbin, Brock Lesnar,
Mm-hmm.
Cedric Alexander, Dolph Ziggler, Elias, Mustafa Ali, MVP, Omos, Shelton Benjamin, Von Wagner, and Zion Quinn.
I keep forgetting Zion Quinn is even a thing.
They have Adam Pearce on the current Superstar roster too. Alicia Taylor, one of the announcers. Andy Shepard. Booker T's on here, and he's not an active wrestler.
No, he's commentating on NXT though.
Byron Saxton's on here.
What the fuck
Kathy
does
Kelly.
That doesn't even do.
He does backstage correspondence. Chelsea Green's well, wait, I was gonna say Chelsea Green's boobs because I was looking at them. Corey Graves is on here.
I'm kind of surprised he hasn't gotten back in the ring yet.
Let's see. Gable Stevenson's on here, and I haven't seen him do anything in forever.
Bro, like, last I heard, they were about ready to give up on him. Who the fuck is Greg Miller?
He's one of the hosts of one of their things.
Fucking Lawler's still on here. He's never around anymore.
Grayson Waller?
Not Lawler.
Oh, Jerry Lawler. I heard Waller.
Let's see. Matt Camp. Like Madcap?
No.
Matt Camp Moss? I thought Mr.
Matt Camp's one of other
Stone.
people.
Mr. Stone. I
Yep.
thought his name was Robert. Not
Well,
Mr.
they go back and forth.
Fucking Christ. Oro Mensa. Who the fuck is that? And then the best wrestler in the entire world.
Ora Mensa, he was on he's in NXT.
Ah, okay. What is this fucking? Is he wearing fucking like snowboarding goggles or some shit? The fuck is that on his head?
I don't know.
And then literally the best wrestler on the planet, Rick Boogs.
I love Rick Boogs. I want to see a Rick
he
Boogs
is
Braun
just-
Breaker tag team.
Oh my god.
Boogs and Breaker. Breaker doing his like push-ups between pinfall attempts. Boogs doing the curl and like the overhead press with him. Like, I would love to see that. I think they'd be great together.
It'd be fun. Just a couple bruisers in there fucking shit up. Shaky still has a job.
Yeah, he's injured.
He's injured. I didn't know
Yeah.
that. He's been gone for like fucking 2 years, it feels like. Scott Stanford. I forgot about Scott Stanford. Fucking Scripps. Fucking Reggie.
Yeah. Like, I'd put Seth Rollins above him.
Well, duh.
But as an example of somebody that I put above Seth Rollins, that might surprise you, or maybe not if you pay attention to the things they say half the time. Santos Escobar.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
I love, and you know what? Watching him with the LWO stuff, I don't like the LWO stuff, um, to be honest. But watching him, like he's got this big, beautiful smile, like he has the perfect baby face look, and that's funny because I fell in love with him as a heel, as King Cuerno in
Right.
Lucha Underground.
Yeah, King Cuerno was fucking great.
I loved him. My father-in-law and I got to bond a little bit over it because he was familiar. He saw the match where he lost his mask in Mexico,
Mm-hmm.
and I was talking about like where I knew him from. So it was kind of cool. That there's this somebody right there who like we both have one of those like a while back stories that like we remember from them. Mine was him and Drago and Lucha Underground. But yeah, no. I'm actually a little disappointed we haven't seen him and Ricochet mix it up much on the main roster.
I know, right? Speaking of, let's throw Ricochet's name in there.
Ricochet's one of those people I don't know that I would put above or below Seth Rollins exactly, but I could make a case for Seth Rollins being better than.
Yeah, like Ricochet's really good, but he's also missing a lot of shit.
I don't necessarily know that he's missing a lot of shit, but
For one, I think
he
he also
does-
really suffers in the promo department.
one of the biggest issues is that he's phenomenal, right? But he's no AJ Styles. Like he's phenomenal in the ring. He has a great like aerial style, but it's not unique to him.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see these same type of things by guys like Santos Escobar, by Rey Mysterio, by Kofi Kingston,
I think the big thing with Ricochet is
Logan Paul, like,
yeah,
which is the only issue. Like he does fantastic high flying stuff, but his high flying isn't enough to set him apart from anybody else.
part of me wants to think that he might be a case of someone who they have told him to tone it down. Because we've seen him do some crazy shit.
We have, and I've seen it like in Lucha Underground too.
Yeah.
But the
But
problem
he doesn't really go that crazy in WWE.
Even if he did, it still isn't something that would really set him apart.
Yeah,
Like
nowadays, it's
Ricochet's
like he's been toned down for so long, and so many people have since come through and have outshined him at his lowest, and do the things that he would do if he amped it up. That's like if he steps it up, it's like, well, everyone else has already been doing the things you're just now starting to do. So what's so special about this?
like here's the thing in that. Now it's not an exact necessarily, but you take somebody the size of Bronson Reed, all right?
Mhm.
And you see what Bronson Reed is doing, like the fucking running like shit. He's been like the outside shoulder tackles, like the. I still love. It was in his match with. Fuck, who was he wrestling? It was a couple weeks back, but in the match, like on Raw, like he just steps up to the top turn. He hasn't even got both feet on the top turnbuckle yet, and he's already pushing himself off with one foot and does this like beautiful like looking splash, like just ends the match. But like he's fantastic, and if he's able to do stuff like this, now that's not exactly full on Ricochet stuff,
Yeah.
but if he's able to do stuff like this in the ring, right?
Mhm.
Then what makes Ricochet so much smaller so impressive?
Yeah.
When you already have
That's
guys
kind
the
of-
same size doing that.
when you have these like really big guys who do like the big spots, it kind of devalues your cruiserweight guys. When you
This
have
is a-
your Bronson Reeds and your Ivars and fucking who else? Who's another? You know, Drew occasionally throws out a big dive.
Sheamus.
With him, with Drew, like he doesn't do it very often. but he's shown that he can do it. Dijak's one who will often throw out the big flippy
Dude,
shit.
let me just say this, okay? I didn't know a whole lot about Ilja Dragunov.
Oh yeah.
But I did watch the last man standing match between him and Dijak at Battleground.
Mhm.
And it match was a hell of a lot better than I thought it was going to be. Like, I thought that'd be the match I wouldn't care about, right? Like, I'd be interested, but like the one I didn't really care about. But oh my god,
Ilya is one of those guys you look at him and on paper he doesn't look like much, but then you watch him and you're like, holy fuck.
like I would love to see him dethrone Gunther on the main roster.
Which I think, honestly, I think he should be the one.
You know what else I think would be cool?
Because, he was the one that dethroned Gunther's UK title reign. Gunther had this big, long 800 plus day run as the UK champion. Ilya was the one to end that reign.
Do you know what else I would find fun? Dijak coming up to SmackDown and being the bodyguard of Austin Theory.
I could see that, yeah. So, I hear there's a lot of talk that he could be called up at any point. That
Now, just to clarify,
they're expecting it.
This was Dominic Dijakovic, right?
Yeah, this was Dijakovic. This was
T-Bar.
Yeah.
He won my respect as an individual. I didn't think much of him until I saw him and Keith Lee wrestle for I think it was it the world title or the North American title?
That might have been their North American title series.
But that was like a beautiful match. And I'm like, wow. That's the match that really gave me an appreciation for Keith Lee too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the secret ingredient actually is Dijak, because like he's the one watching him and Ilya. Ilya, is that how you pronounce it? Ilya?
Ilya.
Watching him and Ilya, like I was sold. And
Dijak is really good, and I've watched him for years, and he's on another level.
He's one of those people that just kind of went under the radar for me.
Yeah, he's one that he fell under the radar for too long, where I don't know that I can see him getting a shot beyond just being a good utility guy.
Do you know who I'm actually really digging?
Who?
I am really digging the first family of NXT, the little mafia gang, Stax Lorenzo and
I haven't really kept up
tons of them.
with a lot of the NXT stuff, so that's one of the things that's kind of flown under the radar with me.
They're like the modern day FBI.
Interesting.
Full-blooded Italians.
Uh-huh.
Like I love them. Like they don't have to be like anything major ever, but they are a solid tag team. I would love to see them on the main roster in a feud with the Street Profits. Like, I think that would be a lot of fun. And you know how critical I am of the Street Profits, especially Tez. But the silliness of these guys with the silliness of Tez, like, I can get behind this.
Mm-hmm.
No, and again, with Tez, like, I don't dislike Tez, but I don't see him as one of those. I don't see him as a strong single star, not as the way he is. He's too goofy to me. Out of the two of them, I see Dawkins as the bigger star.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Dawkins
Tez
can
or
do.
There's one. Montez or Seth.
And they were both in the Elimination Chamber together.
We found our fucking parallel here. Two guys who you both think are too fucking goofy to be in that high spot.
I have to give it to Seth.
Okay, so I have definitely broken the trend of more than two.
No, there's only been one solid. No, two.
There's
two.
There's been like three or four.
Two solid. Corbin and Taz.
I feel like there's been more than that.
Nope, there's been people that I've said I could put one way or another. Yeah, I mentioned Bobby Lashley, and we brought up another one. I forget who it was now.
You didn't put them above Seth just because you didn't say
I said I could put them in either position.
Yeah, but that's not a definite. I'm looking for definite.
I'm looking at the same way. I can't definitely say that I would classify Seth as better than either one of them. Here's one for you that because I just pulled the card. You know what? That's what we're gonna do. Every time I pull a card, I'm gonna give my opinion on that one. That might be a hell of a lot easier.
Maybe, yeah.
Xavier Woods, I think, is better than Seth Rollins.
He definitely could be. I think there is definitely a lot of potential in a Woods singles run. Like I really hope
Xavier Woods.
I really hope they don't sit around and fuck around with him until Kofi comes back, so they can just
That
tag teams.
That is the type of silly that I am okay with in the top spot, and as far as a face, because it's not annoying silly. He's got that. He's fantastic in the ring. He has a very personable feel to him.
Yes.
He's funny, and he's one of those guys that you could very easily believe is friendly with almost any other baby face in the company.
Oh yeah, he is someone who I think, like I said, I genuinely believe that if they just sit around and let him toil around in fucking like stupid mid-card bullshit until Kofi and or Big E comes back so they can just start doing New Day shit again, it's a fucking crime. He needs that big singles. He need, like, whether it's a world title, whether it's a fucking mid-card title, which I don't see him being the one to take it from fucking Gunther, so unfortunately I don't think he's gonna get a title run. But just a prominent run is like, let him fucking show his shit.
You know, with the way the title situation's gone, I would even be okay with like a return of, say, the European Championship. Maybe not that one because they're going to be doing the NXT Europe, but like, you know, and him holding that, like a brand championship, that a championship that can go between any of the brands. That's not necessarily a high card title. It's one of those things, which is actually what I think they should do with the women's tag championship too.
You know what I think they should do with the women's tag title?
Get rid of it.
Throw it in the fucking trash like they did the 24/7 title.
I like the women's tag championship.
I think it's been an absolute dumpster fire the second they brought him in.
But this is what I think. You do the women's championship, you know, goes across all the brands, NXT included. All right. You get a male and a female championship that does the singles title. It does the same thing. All right. They could appear on any of the shows, even if it's like your television championship, and that's why it can appear on any of the television shows. Your men's and women's television champion. All right. You could give somebody, say, like Braun Breaker, the television championship for the men initially. He starts showing up on Raw, on SmackDown, NXT, right? It's a great way to bring him to the main roster without officially making him part of the main roster yet. You let him have some great matches with Ziggler, which we've already seen, but on the main roster. With Mustafa Ali, Baron Corbin, you let him wrestle Cameron Grimes. You let him wrestle JD McDonough. Like, you let him wrestle these type of people. You finally have him drop the title. Maybe they say somebody like Xavier Woods, who's a great guy to go work with NXT talent too. And Braun Breaker, after such an impressive run, gets offered a contract to, say, Raw or SmackDown. And that's how you start bringing up people from NXT now. Like, they win the title, they go over well with the main roster audience, and you can make a case for it, that they get offered a contract for that brand. One of the brands offers them a contract. And they go from being a free agent to being, whatchamacallit. I also kind of like the idea of making anyone NXT a potential free agent, and anyone free agent, on NXT, which fits with that. With the women's tag championship being able to compete on any of the shows, say you need a boost for an NXT pay-per-view. Shayna Baszler and Ronda Rousey are in the main event defending against, say, Becky Lynch and Charlotte or something like that. There's a big draw for when you need that extra pull on one of these shows. But it also lets you.
My idea is what you do when it comes to the women's division. First off, again, kill the tag titles because the women's tag division is practically non-existent. You have a bunch of random thrown together tag teams of singles wrestlers. that kills your singles division. Fucking Asuka's champion right now only has like 1 or 2 people to actually contend with. So here's what I would suggest.
But we just brought up a
Still-
couple of tag teams from NXT for the women's division too.
That's still not a strong division. So here's what I suggest. Kill the tag titles. And then make... I would just have the women's division be a cross-brand thing. Have the women's champion float.
So unify the women's world titles?
Yeah.
Are you unifying the NXT one too?
No, I wouldn't unify the NXT women's title because you need those on developmental. You need them, the developmental talent, they need their titles to fight for. Because if you go that route, then you might as well unify all the NXT titles with all the main roster titles. And
But
it's
if you do the secondary women's title that's cross-brand, then you still have that opportunity to have that title on NXT while also bringing in talent from the main roster who aren't doing anything on the main roster. Like you could have Nikki Cross hold that secondary title for a while, be on NXT, be on the main roster.
Maybe replace the tag titles with a second singles title, like a women's intercontinental, some shit.
You could replace the NXT tag titles as the Intercontinental Tag Championship. So you still have your main tag championship that's cross-brand with your Intercontinental Tag Championship, which is primarily on NXT. But you can use them at an opening on, say, WrestleMania for something if you have a tag team on the main roster you want to start establishing. See, now I want to turn on my Xbox and like erase my universes that I spent so much time building just to now create another one. God damn you, AB.
That's what I'm saying. Like, honestly, I kind of want to do the same thing.
I'm over here trying to grind matches.
You know what we ought to do?
What's that?
We ought to have our own like fucking brand warfare style of thing. Like let's make our own draft our own rosters, and like book our own shows.
You mean like the voice message I sent you about 2 months ago that we should do?
You are a lot of faith in my ability to remember back that far.
Yeah. I wanted to see how if I could find a way to get the guest cam and the collab cam stuff to work, so that like while I'm playing it, like we'd both have our own version of the save file, but like I'd be able to, for instance, like stream it on one end, and like we could both be on doing the draft.
Yeah, bro, I'm fucking down. Like, let's fucking do that shit. Because like I know the way I've tried to do it before is like pre-recorded, and it never works pre-recorded. Just for some reason, like setting up with someone and doing all this shit like in advance in bulk, it doesn't fucking work.
Well, when I move, I kind of want to find a way to arrange my stuff so my modem is next to my Xbox that I'm using now instead of the Xbox my wife uses, so that I can plug everything in directly. I think once I do that, I will be able to remote play the Xbox through my computer, because that's how I've seen it done without having to use the transfer cables or the other cables, the capture cards. If I can make that work, I can load the game up in, for instance, here, and I can have us on the side, and we can go through, draft our rosters. Like I'll have you upload the community creations. We'll both do it. Like we'll upload our main brand show, and maybe a generic pay-per-view setup that we can use
Right.
until we get more specific. Like
Mhm.
we'll just like whatever we'll
So would
call
it be a case like whether we do whether we just do like a Raw SmackDown or make our own like custom brand shit?
yeah, maybe for the first one we'll start with the basis. Like we'll draft our Raw and SmackDown, right? We'll set a
Mhm.
certain number, and then anyone we'll have like our rules for it,
Mhm.
and then anyone not we'll throw in NXT.
Yeah,
Um, you know,
I would say like undrafted goes to NXT.
yeah. Or we could make like a random major show with like old school titles. And this might be too much for the first attempt. But like,
Probably.
the it could be like the if we do the WWE concept, then the WWE live tour, like they have a regular show and it's just we could set up something where we have like a minor show that we both do like
Well, like
together.
a theater velocity thing or something, or
Yeah,
like
something like
event,
that.
or like main event.
Yeah, something like that. Where like we can book together our minor shows, like get with one another. Obviously, it won't necessarily be brand versus brand stuff per se.
Right.
But then like for the big brand versus brand stuff, like Survivor Series or something comes up brand versus brand, or Money in the Bank, like we can pick our participants and one of us can stream the stream play, like the game play itself,
Yeah.
stream
Yeah.
it, and then like the other person would simulate it to have that same result. So we have the same records. Um, I think for our first attempt, we probably wouldn't want to use too many created characters.
No. No. I think with like the first run, we just use the base game.
Maybe one exception, like I could use my created character of myself as my first draft pick, regardless. Like that's our guaranteed one, and you could have yours, or something that we both have access to.
Maybe.
Or we could have our individual characters, and we could just throw them on NXT and let the computer book everything, and see what our characters do there.
Maybe, yeah. Like
Uh,
NXT is just kind of like a thing where like it's just kind of up to the universe to decide.
yeah,
We book our own shit and just leave NXT alone, and like whatever the fuck happens there happens there.
yep.
I dig that.
Imagine going to like year 2 of Stand and Deliver WrestleMania weekend. It's Exalted Father versus TJ Blair for the NXT Championship.
That'd be sick.
But yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Where would the DLC character, like the unreleased DLC characters, still?
We could maybe draft them separately when they come out, or make a pre-agreement. Like so like most of them have a pair of tag teams.
Mm-hmm.
And like maybe a singles person. We could take turns getting the singles person. For instance, like say the first DLC, like we separate DLC from the initial roster. We use the base roster to begin with, and then we can pick the DLC characters. Like for instance, one of us would get Hit Row, one of us would get the Steiners. You, I know, would end up taking the Steiners and leaving me with Hit Row, you son of a bitch. But one of us would get Pretty Deadly, and one of us would get Gallows and Anderson. And I think really, like the Gallows and Anderson person would probably be the same person who had AJ Styles.
Probably, yeah.
But to be honest, I'd be okay with Pretty Deadly because I would put them with Tyler Breeze.
Oh yeah, that's what I would do. I would do the same fucking thing.
So I think it's pretty unanimous.
Honestly, I had said like Tyler Breeze would either go with Pretty Deadly or the models.
Oh yeah, next to male models.
But probably more Pretty Deadly.
Honestly, I'd put them all together in a 5-person super group.
Honestly, I think one way I had it set up in one of my universe saves was I had the male models, which was Masay Maswa and Breeze, and then Pretty Deadly was, those guys, and then I threw Tiffany Stratton in there.
Okay.
As like their valet.
All right. Yeah, I haven't messed with the new DLC yet. Then the thing we'd have a difficult time accounting for is the surprise characters added back.
Yeah.
And I imagine
like
we'd be fighting
randomly
if we got the theme.
when they randomly just throw characters in the game out of nowhere.
Yep.
Like fucking, I saw Candice LeRae's back in the game.
Mishin's back, Mia Yim's back.
I noticed that. I'm like, whoa.
I like that they're doing that, actually.
Yeah, I love it too. I think that is
And
really
like that's
cool.
free. That's not something they're charging for.
It's like good on you, 2K, for doing shit like that. That is cool. That is cool stuff.
Like I'd love it if they patched in the Nikki Cross model instead of just the
Yes,
Nikki
bring
S
that
one.
fucking back. Enough of this.
Like they have it. It's in the files
You
for
know
the
how we know
game.
that? Because they did that exact same fucking thing in 2K22. They had the superhero shtick, and then they had a separate Nikki Cross that was regular Nikki Cross. Why did they have to default back to the superhero shtick after she had already fucking abandoned it?
Yeah, it's a little disappointing.
Yeah, a little, a lot. Yeah,
But then how will we decide who's winning?
I think there's potential in this.
But then like, do we decide who wins in a certain way, or?
I don't really see how we could decide who wins if it's like playing.
Like, do we try and build a fan base and get the audience to tell us who they think's the better show?
We could potentially do that.
Or like, do we let matches play out on the screen and we see who has the better ratings?
Does Universe keep up with ratings, or will we play it in my GM?
Well, if you play or watch the match, I'm pretty sure the end of it has the ratings on the matches.
Oh, right. Like rates the individual matches or something.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, we like add all the ratings up to make an overall score, maybe.
Or we just have fun with it.
Maybe. Yeah, yeah.
Obviously, Survivor Series War Games, we're gonna have a 5-on-5 with each other.
Yes, that. Well, I think War Games only goes to 4-on-4.
I thought they had a 5-on-5.
No, I think it's only 3v3 and 4-on-4.
Oh, that makes me very sad.
Yeah, so it'd be a 4-on-4. But yeah, I definitely agree. Survivor Series should definitely be.
But then here's the question.
I always liked the. I know a lot of people shit on the brand versus brand gimmick for Survivor Series. I always liked it.
I like it for a match.
Mm-hmm.
But like I guess now with an actual draft again, I could see a brand supremacy on the line.
Yeah.
But when people were competing on both shows, really,
yeah, then it made no fucking sense. But like, you know, I guess I could also see when you have like a show like Royal Rumble, where again it's brand warfare in a sense with the Rumble matches.
yeah. But like, I guess, but I prefer just leaving the cross brand stuff for the actual Royal Rumble match.
Yeah.
And in that, it's not really brand versus brand per se. It's everyone for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's only really brand versus brand when it comes to the actual Rumble match, and even then, sometimes,
And you know, with that, I love the idea of say someone gets split up in the brand split, but then they're both in the ring together early on in the Royal Rumble. So like, hey, you know, and they get the opportunity to work together.
This neat little thing now where tag teams don't fight each other in battle royals.
Yep. Until they have to.
Yeah, until they have to. Presumably. I don't know. I haven't really tested it out lately.
I have not actually played a Royal Rumble in this. I played Battle Royals, not Royal Rumbles.
I haven't done a Royal Rumble either.
But with that issue with the black screen of death, I've hardly touched that game in a while. That kills my love for the game. I can't really sit and play the game if I have to worry about the black screen happening if I eat a finisher, which means I can't play it above even anything above the basic lowest level because I can't get anywhere if I do. If I eat a finisher, which is far more likely to happen on a higher end, like,
Yeah.
so it sucks. Like,
Yeah, that's pretty shit.
wrestling game end. How do you feel about Fight Forever? Are you looking
Uh,
forward to it? Are you excited for it? Are you interested in it?
there's a part of me that is interested in it. I'm not gonna be rushing to buy it as soon as it comes out, though. Honestly.
See, that is why I don't have to worry about that. I am an Xbox fan, and it is already pre-installed on my Xbox so that I can play it upon release, and I did not buy the game.
Hey, there you go. I don't have that luxury.
You could just buy an Xbox.
In order to do that, I need money.
I mean, you could either spend money on the game, or you could spend money on the Xbox and have games like this available to you when they first come out, instead of having to buy them. And though it may cost more initially, in the long run, that's kind of beneficial.
I suppose.
And you could play games with me online. We could then do like Universe online together.
Straight up, I can't even afford the game right now.
Yeah, I understand that. I can't even afford, like, I can't even afford to throw $5 at a mobile game right now if I wanted to.
Yeah, like the one downside, one of the big downsides with this new job is that I'm basically putting almost $100 a week into gas.
That does sound like it sucks a lot.
And I'm probably, well, now I don't know. I think this week will be my first full check. My last pay I only got like a partial check because I hadn't worked a full pay period. I think this week I'll get a full check, so I'll see.
And now you're going all Jerry Maguire. Show me the money.
Yeah. So I'm not really sure what exactly my full setup's going to be in terms of financials going forward, but I don't know.
And then you have to have something new to pay for. Would you like to announce it live on air?
The wrestling thing?
Yeah, the wrestling thing. Come on, I know you're more excited about it than that.
Well,
Let's hear that excitement.
Well, I wanted to make sure that's what you were going on about before I hit the big tune.
What else would I be talking about?
I don't fucking know.
What other exciting thing has happened in your life recently besides jobbing to a guy from the Bayou?
I don't know. Being mistaken for TJ Vegas by a wannabe clown?
Grim.
I like how you just knew immediately.
Yep.
Anyway, the something big that's happened in my life recently is
Hold on. Let me get build up to this. No, that's not the right one. No, that's not the right one.
Blue Ballin' is here.
All right, let's hear it.
All right. Next week, probably sometime next week, I'm going to start training to get into the wrestling business. Legit. I've made contact with people recently that I have somehow miracled my way into finding somewhere to get trained that isn't going to cost me an arm and a leg.
Are you going to be training in the same shed that Nick White trained in?
Probably not the exact same one, but probably something similar. because Kentucky is basically kind of a dead place for wrestling. So
How does it feel to be the only member of the Shooting the Shite cast who's a success in life?
Well, I can't say I'm a success in life yet.
You are by far the most successful of the Shooting the Shite cast members.
I'm trying to be.
Two of us are unemployed. One of us works at a library.
That's like it's
And the other one's Zelzabar.
the fact that he's alive is a success. I feel like he'd agree with me.
Yes, that sounds like something he would say.
Yeah, he would absolutely say that. But it's just kind of one of those things that you never really think is actually going to happen. And then all of a sudden it just kind of happens out of nowhere.
So it's
like the last couple weeks, I kind of had a little bit of like doubt creeping in because trying to adjust to like this current like job schedule and shit has been like, am I really going to have time for this? But then I'm like, you know what? No, I kept saying this is probably my only shot.
You cock blocked my ability to say it's like an RKO.
It's like if I don't fucking take this, I don't know if I'm gonna get another chance. This is like as close as I'm gonna get for a while. So,
but you totally cock blocked me saying that that was like an RKO. It came out of nowhere.
Oh, my bad.
Bitch. If I tell you the meme with the weird looking black guy making the funny face, would you know what I'm talking about? It's like a GIF meme.
The D's Nuts guy?
Maybe. Does he have a weird looking face?
Kinda. He's got funny looking teeth.
It might be him.
Got him. That guy?
I don't know.
Fuck, who knows?
It might be.
I'm just gonna pretend it is, and then when you inevitably find out what it actually is and you show it to me, I'm gonna look fucking stupid when it wasn't actually the one.
It might be him.
I hear noises outside. Someone's coming to kill me. Right, kind of back on this this sort of universe. I have a couple ideas for like how to handle like a draft layout.
Mm-hmm.
This was an idea I was gonna do with someone before, where I think the layout we had was I want to say we had a 20-person roster on the men's and either 15 or 20 for the women. I don't remember, but I think I remember the way we did it. Our first 10 overall picks were stuff that we ourselves picked. Once we hit our top 10, we threw every name into a fucking like generator and it was random selection until we filled up our spots. So like top 10 is our picks and then the rest is fucking up to fate.
I could potentially get behind that.
And then of course the other idea is just we handpick the entire roster. Either or. It could be fairly entertaining to see us like land on someone in the random draw period that we just absolutely did not want, but we have to live with it. Of course, the downside to that is there's a good chance a lot of really good people are going to end up going undrafted in that scenario. So there's pros and cons. There's definite pros and cons.
I was hoping I could find that GIF I was talking about earlier with what's his face, Jeremiah. It was earlier on in the Super's Oh My God barbecue stream on Twitch. He had put it over the screen, and I was hoping I'd find it looking through quick, but I can't find it immediately, and I don't know if I have the fortitude to sit through and watch the whole first hour of that stream to find it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So how was work today?
It's okay. We had this big group come through today that like kind of a car show deal.
Mm-hmm.
Where like, you know, they like show off a bunch of like, I guess, prize Mustangs and shit. So we had a lot of like traffic coming through today, but from what I gather, it's gonna be really slow for the rest of the summer. Which is odd. You'd think a hotel would be busy in the summer period.
Maybe not in Kentucky.
Yeah, that's kind of the way. That's kind of the way I went about it, because it's like it. I was used to that period of time being slow at where I worked before because it's smaller, middle of nowhere. But where I'm at now is a bigger area than where I am now. But compared to the actual, the real fucking big cities of Kentucky, it ain't shit. It's big for me, but that's it's
So
compared to
so
the people who actually live there.
it's like Bubba Boudreaux compared to TJ Blair. He ain't shit. Go ahead, you can say it. The only promo I saw this week that sucked more than Seth Rollins' promo at Night of Champions and going into Night of Champions and after Night of Champions was Bubba Boudreaux's promos during. This is a man who comes on the screen and you can tell he's trying too hard. Nothing about his delivery is natural.
I tend to look at my opponents in the case of like, do they at least give me something to work with? And he gave me a lot to work with. So I can't really call it a bad showing. And it was probably it. I can confidently say, and however you want to take it. It's probably the best match I've had since going back there. Even qualifying the run I had from October to January. When I went back there in October and then left around January, February, and then this run from like April to now, this thing with Bubba has easily been probably the best thing I've had in there. Everything else has been pretty lackluster. And again, people in IW are probably going to hear this, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to bullshit.
They might not. We're 4 hours into a broadcast, so they unless they drop in randomly during this, they're probably not going to.
Yeah.
And it means it's like what, 3 a.m.? Yeah, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm
over here just like dead asleep.
Who's dead asleep? Your cat? Your dog?
The dog. Like, she is just
Dead to the world?
like a bunch of like noises and shit, just like twitching around in her sleep.
And meanwhile, I'm over here playing games of Wild to get matches on cards. While drinking coffee. I might roll another joint.
I kind of want to take a gummy, but I have to go out.
When do you have to go out?
Pretty well. So I don't know. It really just depends on what time I wake up. My car has been locked up in a shop for like the last week.
Mm-hmm.
And it's finally fixed, so I have to go pick it up.
Well, then, since you have a car, I have to ask you, why have you not made a trip to New York to visit me yet?
Again, financials, and the fact that I don't have any vacation time.
That just sounds like an excuse. It sounds to me like you don't like me.
If I'm gonna take a week off, I want to get paid for it. You know what I mean?
Are you saying having spending time in my company isn't payment?
I mean, it'd probably be a lot of fun.
Maybe.
But
I might actually turn out to be incredibly boring, and you'll be like, "Wow, where's the persona that I see on online?"
Like, this was a waste of fucking time. I should have just went and visited Nick White.
Yeah, but do you really want to hear that nasally monotone voice say everything to you in person?
I don't know. I almost actually went down there, like this past.
Wow.
Weekend.
Wow.
It's
so
funny
you're
because,
picking Nick White over me too. Wow.
Well, no, what happened was there was me and Alicia were playing Phasmophobia a couple weeks back.
Mm-hmm.
And
I want to play that game.
And he had entered into the room drunk, and all but just like said, "Come down Memorial Weekend, fucking Huck and Happy's gonna be here, and we're gonna get high as fuck." I'm like, that was when I was working the old job, and I'm like, they're not gonna let me have that off. Then I switched jobs right after that, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe, but I still didn't get that weekend off. You never extended the invitation.
I extended the invitation week 1.
No, you didn't.
I did, to everybody.
When?
The first episode on Shooting the Shite. Go back and watch it or listen to it if you need a refresher.
There's a lot of that first episode that I don't fucking remember.
And the sad part is that first episode was only like an hour long.
Yeah, fucking crazy, right? Oh yeah, I know. There's a reason why I don't remember a lot of that first episode.
Because you were really high.
Well, what happened was I thought we were doing it way earlier in the day than we actually were, so I took my gummy super early. So by the time it was actually time to do the show, I was at that stage of the high where it's like I'm dead to the world. And all I want to do is go pass the fuck out. So I was on fucking autopilot that whole show.
There is a word for what you're doing right now. It's called excuses.
I mean, fuck it. If the shoe fits, wear it.
I know you said shoe because that's what makes sense, but I swear you said if the sheep fits, wear it.
I mean, maybe I did.
I mean, yeah, you did just finish jobbing to, overweight Crocodile Dundee.
You know what I was almost tempted to do?
I'm sorry, you just finished jobbing to Duke the Dumpster Drosy. Skinner. You lost to Skinner, bro.
God damn it. Anyway, you know what I was almost tempted to do last week? Because when we did the show, when we did the podcast last week was the same day that the Rumble card dropped.
Yeah.
And I remember whenever it was I come in, you were saying something about Bubba. I was almost tempted to clip it and put it in one of the promos, but
You should have.
I really wanted to, but then I realized, fuck, that means I'm gonna have to go back and try to find that fucking clip, and I really didn't want to do that.
If you had said something right then and there, I would have gone and clipped it immediately so it was available on Twitch for you. I would have even went back. I would have made myself full screen. I would have repeated myself, and I would have clipped it on Twitch for you.
But no.
Do you want me to repeat the whole Crocodile Dundee thing on full screen and clip that for you? Because I will.
At this point, it'll probably be a while before we actually do anything together again. I feel like.
Who are you currently promoting against?
I think in XWE,
Anywhere.
In XWE, I'm in a 5-on-2 handicap match. Me and all of Exilium, which is me, Crimson Wolf, Dylan Mason, Ryan K, and A-List Alverson, are facing off against Grim and Triple M.
Do you want me to say some stuff?
If you want.
Okay, go on Twitch and get ready to clip.
You're gonna be the one responsible for sending me the clip, though.
No, you're gonna go on Twitch and you're gonna make the clip.
I'm gonna make the clip, dude. I'm barely functioning right now. How am I gonna make the clip?
Oh, I gotta do everything around here. Okay, hold on.
If you wanna be featured in the promo, you gotta do the work.
All right. Hold on. Do we want me full screen? Do we want me even here while playing the game?
Up to you.
We'll do it just like this. Okay. I am going.
Just have it be you. Actually, just have it be you.
Just me? Okay.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you and 4 other guys have to waste your time on Bozo the Clown and the La Parka wannabe, who are going to use a rip-off name of either an old name for, the Road Warriors or the evil supervillains led by Lex Luthor against the Justice League. And this is what you have to do right now. If you want your opponents to hang themselves, which pun intended here, maybe what you should do is make a post thanking Barack Obama for his time in office, because as we know from experience, somebody will be very thankful that N-word is finally out of office. In case anybody forgot about that, there's still that. Anything else? I'm now clipping it. I am now clipping it.
I was trying so hard not to break during that. Oh my god. Oh god. I'm lightheaded. Yep, I'll definitely be using that.
Yeah. I'll save it and I will send it
through
the Shooting the Shite chat just so everybody can see it. And I love how you're going to have the comments from here on the side too, so you'll see the it's all part of the stream.
Yeah.
And if we're lucky, like they'll get pissed off enough that they'll come on here and start talking shit the next time I'm on a stream, which is great because that'll get me more views and more interactions.
Yes. Even a hate view is still a view.
In fact, you should do me the favor when you do the editing for it. You should add the link to the Twitch page.
I will. I absolutely will.
It's almost a shame it's not for IW at this
It's
point.
gonna be so out of character for what I'm doing in XWE right now, but I don't care.
Oh, the file size is too big.
No. That's what she said.
Oh, I suppose I could run it through something. You know what? Maybe I can go on to Twitch on my phone, download it, run it through KindMaster real quick, and send it to you that way.
Maybe. You upload it like a Google Drive or something?
Wait a minute. I'll just send you the fucking Twitch link where you can download it yourself.
Oh, okay.
That makes a little more sense, doesn't it?
A little bit.
I don't know why you didn't think of this before.
I'm not the one who knows how to Twitch.
You can't not know how to Twitch. It's really easy.
Well, I've never twitched by myself, so I don't know.
There you go. And I heard you get it.
Yes. Opening. Let's see. Where is? Okay. How do I download it? Up more.
If you go to share, there should be a little download button.
Let's see.
Hopefully.
Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, embed, copy to clipboard. And it gives me a link. Do I have to be like logged in or something?
I don't know.
Let me try logging in. Please have my fucking credentials saved. Fuck, you don't have my fucking credentials saved. God damn it, Twitch. I'm sick of this shit. Wait. Okay, let's try that. Motherfucker.
Huh. Okay, maybe this won't work that way.
Gotta fucking reset my goddamn password.
All right, so I might have to do something else. Try uploading it to... Oh, wait. I have your email address, don't I?
I believe so.
Let me just find it.
If not, I'll send it to you.
I'm in the wrong spot, that's why. Yep, I got it. Oh man, it's just like 4.1 megabytes over the limit for Messenger.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Okay, let's try this now. Now that I've actually logged in. See if it'll give me a download option. Oh, of course it's not gonna.
Okay, emailed.
Sweet.
Gunther and Sheamus, I both classify as better than Seth Rollins. I pulled their cards, so.
Oh, okay. Okay. There you. Oh, there it is. There it is. Download. Did you download? Or are you just being a slow bitch? Oh, hey, no, there you go. There you go. There you go. Okay, I have it. Now, I need to make sure I have it off because I only fucking edit shit on my phone these days.
I got another clip. You ready? Nick White is trash. That one I did with the full screen. Without the full screen.
Yeah. Let's see where the erg. Here is. Okay. Yata. Damn it. Okay, fine. Fuck you. Fuck your wife.
There you go. I just saved that clip too. And for shits and giggles, just in case you ever need it, I'm going to go ahead and send that too.
Okay. I don't know where I'll need it, but I appreciate it.
And that one's got the full, full everything on it. So it's like, hey, look, here it is.
New AEW Fight Forever gameplay. Kenny Omega versus John Moxley. Okay, one thing I don't like about the Fight Forever game is how the entrances are only partial.
Just like the old game, old Ukes games.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
I don't mind.
I would much rather have a full entrance. I want to see, because my biggest thing with these wrestling games is the creation suites.
Yes, I know it is.
I want to see what Fight Forever's creation suite looks like. I want to see like whether it's like basic bitch shit or whether it's actually like got some in-depth features.
It's probably going to lean more basic bitch.
Actually sink time into it, or is it one of those where at most you're spending 10 minutes?
It's probably going to be very basic bitch like.
Well, then I'll probably hate it.
It's probably going to be a lot like, No Mercy, WrestleMania 2000, that style.
Well, then I'll probably hate it.
Yes, you probably will.
Yeah.
I don't see them being able to go like much more over that with like the setup they're using.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm interested. I am hopeful that it does well for their sake because fuck, they need something to go right for a change.
It,
they
unlike Double or Nothing.
I mean, they got Punk back, so that's a step in the right direction.
Is it though?
Yeah, because it actually gives at least one person that actually can be interesting on the show. Even if it's only like one segment a week, it at least gives me one thing about AEW to like.
See, they lost me at CM Punk.
I don't care how much of a prick people think CM Punk is. I will
put Seth Rollins over CM Punk.
Damn. I think for roughly the year of Punk's first run in AEW was easily the most interesting stuff on AEW.
Yep, I didn't watch any of it during that time frame.
I only watched his stuff.
But that's because CM Punk doesn't do it for me.
I mean, that's fair.
And that's because as a person, I don't like him.
Yeah, that's fair. So, like, he's one of those where it's a lot easier to kind of separate the art from the artist, in my opinion. Yeah, he's an insufferable prick as a person. So is Logan Paul, but they're both good at what they do.
I don't think the art is enough to separate from the artist for me.
Well, I think it is.
But that's just me. Like, you know, everyone's got their own opinion, and it's okay.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful thing about the wrestling we have today, which is going to bring me to a topic that was discussed with myself and Jeremiah. Jeremiah thinks there's too much wrestling right now.
Okay.
He thinks that, like, each company should, like, cut their stuff down to 1 hour of television a week.
I don't know about 1 hour. Some shows could definitely benefit from getting some time cut. Raw should not be 3 hours. Raw should be 2 hours.
I like Raw as the way it is. I like having that 3 hour show.
I mean,
for 3 hours, I know exactly what I'm watching, and I'm usually entertained.
I think SmackDown's fine as it is.
I wish SmackDown was longer.
NXT could do with a time cut.
NXT could do with an extra hour as well.
I 1000% disagree. NXT was way better when it was just an hour.
Let me put it to you this way, okay? My wife is the perfect representation of a casual fan, all right? She's watching wrestling with me because I have it on, all right? And, you know, she's been getting into it. She's been getting into, you know, the people she likes, the stuff she likes. When SmackDown ends, she usually goes, is that it? It's over? When NXT ends, is that it? Is it over?
I would rather end the show with the feeling of, oh, it's over, than thank God it's over.
I would be okay with an extra hour of both NXT and SmackDown.
Well,
even if it was something that was like a Peacock exclusive.
I mean, for something like that, if it was like something where it's like, yeah, you've got these 2 hours, but then if you want to go watch this extra hour on this other thing, go for it.
I wish.
Or on TV, that would be. I could see something like that.
I wish they would bring back like main event and superstars, one for Raw, one for SmackDown, like stuff that's taped before or after the show. What's that?
Like a Velocity Heat sort of thing?
Yeah. Like, I would love to have that on Peacock.
That would be cool, yeah.
Like, it's available first thing Tuesday morning for Monday Night Raws, right? Like, maybe they film it before Raw because Raw goes off the air at like 11 o'clock. And the SmackDown one they film at the end of SmackDown.
Yeah, like that I could get behind. I could get behind something like that.
Or like they just film
and
wrestling
have
matches.
have that qualify as the third hour.
Like say like they even maybe they're not filming an entire show that way. Maybe they're filming matches. Like they film matches before Raw. They're the stuff that's there for the stuff. Or they even film stuff at house shows. It doesn't have to have that same production value that we get for like they can film stuff with NXT when they film all the NXT stuff together. They could most of the stuff's all LED lighting. They can just switch it out for something else. Just boom, new graphic in. Like I would love that.
It could work. Yeah, like the WWE stuff is like I agree with the concept of like if you're gonna have that extra hour, make it kind of like a separate thing.
I mean, I'm still okay with 3 hours of Raw.
Like making SmackDown a 3-hour show or making NXT a 3-hour show.
Okay, fine. Just Raw and SmackDown. NXT stays 2 hours.
I don't even like the idea of SmackDown being a 3-hour show. I can't get with that.
And say for SmackDown, they treat the first hour like they do for the pre-show of a pay-per-view, where they give you your stuff about. Then they recap some of the stuff. They hype up some of the matches going on tonight instead of during that 2 hours of wrestling, right? Where you have a bunch of random promos and like skits. A lot of this stuff happens in the first hour, where they're hyping up the matches for the show. It's something that if you miss it, it's not that big a deal. The main show's still there.
See,
and then the 2 hours of
that would be good. But they've had an opportunity to do that with Raw for over 10 years, I think. I think it's been over 10 years at this point. And they haven't done that. Why would they start now?
Mm-hmm. I'm still okay.
I don't think they would. I don't think they would just basically do what they do with Raw and just treat it like, just kind of like it's just a bunch of time filler because they want that television time.
This past Monday night, there was only one time, well, 2 times, where I didn't give a shit about what was on the screen.
And I'm guessing Seth Rollins were both of those moments.
The beginning and end of the show. Seth Rollins. What made the beginning of the show for me was the Judgment Day.
Judgment Day is great.
But as soon as the match, the main event started, like, I turned off. Like, it was on in another room. Usually I'm watching on in 2 rooms. One when I'm in my room, which I have all the stuff set up so I can smoke without it affecting the rest of the house. And like I'll smoke my cigarettes during the show or whatever, and it's on in the other room. And then I have it on my computer screen here, so like when I'm playing a couple games of Supercard, like I can watch it. And it was still on in the living room because I was in here at that point. My wife had fallen asleep, and I just didn't turn off the TV out there. But I turned it off in here by the main event. Because Seth Rollins and AJ Styles were going to win. Whatever. And I wasn't particularly interested in watching Seth Rollins win a match to end my my show. But like I watched the whole rest of it. I take that back. I had to get up at one point in time to finish making food, and I had to use the toilet. But when I was sitting on the toilet, I had it on my phone.
And I guess I'm not really the one to talk about this kind of stuff because I just don't watch any of the shows at all.
See, I do.
Like, I don't watch any of the WWE stuff. I don't watch any of the AEW stuff, Ring of Honor. I just don't watch anymore.
I just got back to really watching.
Now a lot of that has to do with I just don't have access to it.
I mean, bro, you say the word, okay, and I will set up a private studio. I will put the streaming of Raw on here, and you
Also,
have access to the
I'm
team.
usually working when the shows are on anyway, so I'm not even in a position to watch them at the time.
I can leave it there, and you can hop on and watch it as you wish, sitting right in the studio.
Which again, I'll probably be working, not in a good position to watch.
I could record the stream instead of make it live, and you could come back and download and watch the stream.
Maybe. Or there's just a matter of I feel like I have more important things to do, like lay in bed and look at the ceiling.
Like lay in bed and look at the ceiling. Actually, though, that would be kind of fun to do for some.
It's like I saw this, I saw this thing that it was fuck, I gotta go find it if I can. Where is it? Oh, don't let me down. Okay, yeah. It was this little meme that your wife posted earlier of just sitting on the couch going, me sitting too many things to do. I'm like, that's the story of my fucking life.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, yeah, I could be watching these shows and keeping up with the product. I could be doing this productive thing or that productive thing. But no, I'm gonna lay here and feel fucking overwhelmed because fuck it. And just not do any of it because I want to do all of it. And I can't do all of it, so I'm just gonna do none of it. Why can't I do all of it? I don't know.
Because very clearly you're lazy.
Why do something productive when again I can just lay in bed and stare at the ceiling?
You might have a good point.
And probably pet my dog.
So, fair warning. In a little bit, very soon, you may have to be solo screen while I go get some more coffee.
Well,
and by very soon, I mean right now because I need more coffee. So, keep us entertained, buddy.
oh my god. And I was getting ready to sign off and go to bed. I guess not. I don't know what the fuck to do. You know what? Let's see. Yeah, that plan's not gonna work. Death Jits. What is Death Jitsu, the Blackpool Combat Club's name? What the fuck? Death Jitsu is using technical wrestling in violent ways. Interesting. Here's what I wonder. Why is the Blackpool Combat Club still the Blackpool Combat Club? The guy from Blackpool isn't even with the fucking company anymore. Let's call it fucking Combat Club. You know? Like, it's just fucking weird. Is it in fucking remembrance of Regal? He's not dead, but you know what I mean. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Yeah, it's the sound of my fucking jaw. Ugh. Shit. Bro, you need to hurry up and get your fucking coffee. I am struggling over here. I have no ideas. I'm perfectly fucking honest. Ugh. You know, what are the fucking odds? He's sitting there off screen, watching me suffer for his own amusement. I guarantee you that's the thing that's most likely happening. Ugh. Oh, fucking Christ.
Hello.
You know, I was literally just about to bring someone on to hijack the show
Oh, cool. Still do it.
because I'm fucking struggling here.
So still do it. I love hijack.
Well, now that you're back, I feel more comfortable in not doing that. And plus, he's very confused, so I don't have the fucking brain capacity to try to explain it to him.
Who is it?
It's nobody you know. It's one of my personal.
Oh, okay.
It's one of my personal friends.
Randomly chatting about stuff while I'm playing a game. That's all it is.
Yeah, pretty much. I was just gonna bring him on and just let him talk about whatever.
Yeah, next time I do something like this, I should plan it with people and get like blocks of time set aside.
Yeah, right.
People to come on and talk about stuff at certain time frames, and like give me some breaks in between them at the end of people and like between another person where I can go do other stuff, a little intermission, come
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, exactly. um,
The GWF network is saying, "Oh my God, sleep." Which would be a great segue into some stuff for ooh for the YouTube gaming community.
What do you mean?
GWF, that's
Oh.
bald DJB stuff, right? And doesn't it do 2K
Oh,
stuff?
yeah.
See, it's a great way to tie in. Also, I forgot this, but I have new videos I can upload. That I can start showing on this page. We need to make an official commercial for shoottheshite.com and for the merchandise store, and
We do. We really do.
and then like make it like a loop of like 10 minutes so they can be put on of 10 minutes of different stuff to keep stuff going while someone's away. But I do have this. 2 and 4 other guys have to waste your time on Bozo the Clown and the La Parka wannabe, who are going to use a rip-off name of either an old name for the Road Warriors or the evil supervillains led by Lex Luthor against the Justice League. And this is what you have to do right now. You know, if you want your opponents to hang themselves, which pun intended here, maybe what you should do is make a post thanking Barack Obama for his time in office, because as we know from experience, somebody will be very thankful that N-word is finally out of office. In case anybody forgot about that, there's still that. Anything else? There's that video that we can play now, and there's also this one. Nick White is trash.
Why is he saying knock knock?
Knock knock. Who's
Yeah.
there?
Why knock knock knocking on heaven's door?
Hey, that's what the knock knock was.
Yeah.
Look who's
Why
here.
are you still awake? Go the fuck to sleep.
I have no job,
directed
no
to.
life, nothing else going on that is even remotely. This is the closest I have to success right here, is playing Supercard on the internet. So, and this is what I do Wednesday nights into Thursday mornings. I don't leave my house very often, and I don't socialize very often. So this is my opportunity to socialize. I'm getting my whole week socialization in weekly on Wednesday nights into
I'm
Thursday
looking
morning.
at your timer. You've been live for nearly 5 hours, you absolute monster.
Yes, I have. I've had like 12-hour streams playing a game.
I was just coming off one live when you started.
Which live was that?
The GWF there, we had Savage Show.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So if I need to take a break later to go use the bathroom or something, you're saying I should go to GWF's YouTube page and throw the video on while I'm AFK?
Yes.
There, you have permission.
At one point I am topless towards the end.
That's hot.
Yeah,
I am half topless right now.
I can see.
So, DJB, are you yet close to or around the myth tier?
Am I fuck?
I'm guessing that's
I'm
no.
I'm just about to hit WrestleMania 39.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I have two. I have two myths so far. Would you like to see them both?
Yeah, you said you got AJ.
Yep. I haven't changed his picture yet. So I'm gonna show you some cool stuff here real quick. Io Sky was my first one. She's my profile picture, but I took the image from the new myth card and I put it on Extinction because that's the only other Io Sky card I had on hand. And I want to point out how much I really like this little like black outline. It's like the stroke effect using like Photoshop or anything. I like that there. It really pops nicely, gives it a very like nice 3D look. Oh, wait, Io Sky's in my my female deck here. Oh, yeah, I can throw that on the Swarm card for my cheap wins.
So excited.
Look at that! Come on, you can't tell me that doesn't look cool.
It does.
Like, that looks pretty. I like it. I like it a lot. Ooh, and I have an AJ Styles one I can do too.
He's awful pretty.
It's pretty.
Where's them AJs? AJ, no, wait, AJ. Oh, I only got the Survivor one, I think. I thought I had another one.
In other news, I got my email to be a beta tester guide thing for the Google Play app on laptop now. So
I did too, actually. I got the for the PC. Okay, here's the AJ Styles image from Myth on this old Survivor Series Swarm card. That looks awesome.
that does look nice.
That black stroke outline, like, dude, I'm gonna be hoping to get the cards I use in my cheap deck in Myth just so I can use their card images. That's probably kind of lame, but
I think the Halloween skins would go really well with the Myth.
unfortunately, I don't think I don't have a Halloween for either AJ Styles or Io Sky. Now for this, I want to see how this looks on here. Normally, I like that on just about any background, but I don't know how I feel about the extra faces behind it.
Yeah.
It doesn't
I'm
look
not
bad.
I'm not a fan of that's Mothman, isn't it?
That's
Maybe.
the third person who said Mothman.
I'm not a fan of that picture. The actual comic book design of the card, yeah, I'm not a fan of the monster on it though.
I do kind of like the fact that the faces fall just in line with this, so it kind of looks. I'm gonna leave that one up. What my other go-to one besides that for most anyone that I have of are the black and white extreme pictures.
Oh,
I kind of like that. It gives me serious Sin City vibes.
yeah.
AB, I'm gonna let you pick. I'm gonna let you pick my AJ Styles image card. Okay. I'm gonna show you them. Like, wait, we gotta check this one first. What do you think?
That's fucking weird.
This is from his that wrestling thing they did, the parody wrestling.
SW, no, the
Southpaw.
Southpaw, yeah, Southpaw.
Yeah, Southpaw. Yeah, this is his AJ Styles character on it. They had the cards in the game a while back. I have the Dolph Ziggler ones images too. I use the Dolph Ziggler image on my Swarm card, but it does look kind of cool there. But I mean, this is kind of a decent option. The old hood up. Like, we got like soccer mom hair AJ.
So is this the last tier of the season?
Probably not. Like, let's see here. We have a SummerSlam coming up, and like there was a tier between WrestleMania and SummerSlam last season, and then SummerSlam was the last one. So like here's our SummerSlam BCE AJ Styles.
Yeah.
So we'll probably have that tier yet later on in the summer. That kind of looks cool. The wanted poster looking one from I think this was Road to WrestleMania, maybe. Kind of looks cool. We can cover him in snowflakes and put him in a sweater.
That's the one. That's my pick.
I like that.
That's my pick.
That's your pick, AB?
That's my pick.
Okay, we'll leave him in there.
Do you want to build a snowflake? It will be phenomenal.
Because the Earth is flat, not round.
Yeah. Because the Earth is flat, it is not round.
And that's why the snow falls.
Yeah. Gravity is just a theory.
I mean, technically it is.
It is, yes.
That's what's wild. And I used to have this argument with religious people a lot about like talking about evolution. Well, that's just a theory. I'm like, yeah, but so's gravity. But if you drop your orange, what happens?
Exactly. If I drop a brick above your head, you are still going to get knocked the fuck out.
Oh God, you know now I wish I'd been more creative in that, because like, all right, how about this? You want to argue with the theory of evolution only being a theory, which is why it's not right. We'll talk about the theory of gravity. I will hold this brick over your head. And this is just a theory, right? So if I let go of the brick, that doesn't mean it's going to fall on your head, right? Maybe before I drop it, because you're so certain you're right and I'm wrong, maybe you can pray to God and ask him to keep this brick from falling on your head. Because if everything that's a theory is just, oh no, that's just a theory, then God should be able to overcome this theory right here. We'll drop it on you. We'll drop it and we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
But then with my luck, some right winger would come running over and put their hand under the brick quick to make a point.
If you hear a noise, it's because the kettle's about to go.
That's hot. I love it when it's ready to explode.
Because I'm having a can of coffee.
I am having coffee.
Would you like some cannabis butter?
I would love some cannabis butter. This is what I've been smoking, DJB.
That's nice. That's nice, having to keep it all in there.
I have 3 jars of it.
Damn.
That's all I have left. So
yeah, we have a lot. We've got lots of edibles to do. We've got cakes, chocolates, oils, butter.
I am a jobless hobo.
I'm technically jobless too, kind of.
Have you seen the Battle Pass this month?
I haven't seen the Battle Pass this month, but I am about to open the game on my laptop if it decides to open up.
Dude, it is not good.
Oh, what?
It is the biggest cash grab upgrade I've seen in a long time.
Oh.
I was getting ready to fuck off to bed, but now I kind of want to see the reaction.
You know what? I'm just gonna go show you. This is American dollars. We're gonna do this in, okay?
All right.
Now you remember what Battle Pass was, right? How much?
Yeah, you earn the little red points, and you get so many, and you'd get a prize.
And if you wanted to buy the premium, it would be $14.99 American.
Or
you could gift it for $12.99 American. All right. Well, they've upgraded. Now they have 3 tiers of Battle Pass. They have the free, then they have the silver, and then they have the gold. All right.
So basically, like other games, they've got free, basic, and premium. They've got free, silver, and gold.
Gifting the silver is $17.99 American. That's $5 up. Buying the silver for yourself is $19.99 American. That's $20. If you want the gold,
what the
it is
fuck?
$50.
What the fuck is that for me?
And now
Oh,
here
Worth it.
is where it
Worth
really sucks. If you had any like hope of being not creative, competitive early on in this tier, well, this is the only way you're like probably the cheapest way you're going to get a pair of Myth Carmelo Hayes NXT cards. Oh, and this is supposed to be how you get the second Dominant card. Is in the silver and up tier on here. There's a quest to get the second one somewhere in here. I haven't seen it. I haven't gone through and looked at everything, but like, in order to get both those the Carmelo Hayes, you have to be silver, I think, to get one Carmelo Hayes. You have to
Does
be
Cat
gold
Daddy
to get
need
both
money?
of them.
Are they going out
Now
of business?
they also have Rule the Ring
No, I actually did that last night.
for
Yeah.
Tyler
I
Bate.
spent the 400 on that, and I got to like, I think it was ring 2, and then died.
If you want to get the Tyler Bate in this, it's going to cost you a lot of a lot of credits. A person you could check out on YouTube that is probably going to be doing it, and you get an idea of how much the whole thing costs. Super's Oh My God Barbecue.
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, he will definitely. I think he might have earlier in his stream. I had him on for a little while.
How do you think I got so far? Poor Man's Supercard it's my journal.
Yep, I am a big fan of that stuff. But yeah, no, like, I am kicking myself. I didn't realize initially today was a new tier. Last night, early this morning, I cashed in my 100 tickets for the rotating challenge reward.
Yeah.
I if I had waited and done it today, it would have been better. I won a TLC earlier, but I got 2 Royal Rumble 23s.
Oh.
But one of my Smash packs, I got a WrestleMania 39. I got a WrestleMania 39 coming in second place in Survivor. What's that?
TLC's back.
Yeah, TLC's back.
Oh, I didn't notice that earlier. Oh, lovely.
Yeah. I ended up with 2 new WrestleMania 39 Pros. I think, yes, one of them is ready.
I'm gonna leave you two.
AJ Styles.
I'm gonna go crash.
That's fine.
Good night, AB. And Brock Lesnar. I ended up with my second Brock Lesnar and AJ Styles today for WrestleMania.
The beef Brock Lesnar.
Now we're gonna take the one with Overrun. Overrun is one of my favorite skills in this game. I have to say, I'm very disappointed in my Dominic Mysterio.
I don't have a Dominic Mysterio, but if I did, I would probably be disappointed as well.
Like, I am very pleased with my Trish Stratus, okay? This Stratus faction hits quite frequently and often helps me in most of my matches, giving me the plus 7.1 to power and charisma. Her trigger is sitting at 45%. I have some of the trigger stuff. I'm trying to get the right equipment together for him. I want both her. I love your Saiyan Cup, by the way.
Yeah, he charges up as the cup gets hot.
That's hot. Literally.
It is, yes.
Not dishwasher friendly, however.
Yeah, but it's not dishwasher friendly. Part of the logo started to come off.
Well, that is most unfortunate. Who wants to wash dishes by hand?
Exactly.
What's the point of a dishwasher if you have to still wash
We have
them?
machines to do this shit for us now. I think my next cup is going to be, I'm actually going to get a big Dragon Ball mug.
I have a Boba Fett mug. I have a Punisher mug. My wife used to have a Pikachu mug I bought for her. But this was the one's actually shaped like it, like the heads or the bodies or whatever.
All right.
They're not as practical for regular coffee. It's weird trying to drink out of them. But my big Punisher one, because it's shaped kind of skullish, it's great for soup.
Soup. Good soup.
Let's see what DJ B's account looks like right now.
Not very good. I'm not even logging me in right now.
Everyone watching, let's get ready to make fun of DJB's deck. A single Undertaker? Duh, I
Yeah,
even have four of those.
I got him in the last Rewards Mania. It was the very last one.
I got him from the quest. I finished the quest, and then I got lucky and I got him from a Reward Mania. I didn't expect it. I woke up one morning, I went to collect Reward Mania from the night previous. I'm like, whatever, I'm probably going to get nothing. And then, wait, what?
I think the best reward I've had from Reward Mania, though, was 1,000 credits one time.
That's pretty awesome.
I just recently got that.
Nice. I am at a point now, which this is going to be braggadocious of me, so feel free to tell me to fuck off and or call me a cunt in a moment. But first, I'm going to collect my my free pack.
Yeah, why not? Ching.
I was using the fuck out of those during Last Man Standing, but I still failed. I was like 10,199. I just missed the AJ Styles. Like, it's hard to compete with the people paying when you're not paying. Like, especially in Last Man Standing.
That's the thing. It is really hard to keep up with the pay to wins, pay to plays.
So these are all of my cards sorted by in general, sorted by best to worst. All right. Like I have quite a few like pros and singles of different stuff in here, right? You know, I got my things, all nice and fun. But I want to show you somebody like, for instance, Xavier Woods here, right? He's in War because I put him there. He's in War Games because I haven't updated the deck. If I go to War Games, which is what, 16? Yeah. I autofill War Games, both of them. That Xavier Woods isn't in my deck.
Ah.
He's not even in my... He is, and he's a tier 1 or tier 2. And
but did
I
not
have
arrange it by the best of the power, best of the toughness, and the arrows as well.
Yes, everything's already, and he's not in my deck because all my other cards are better. Same thing with Boogeyman. The Great Khali. Like, I have these pros, and like that are pretty much useless to me. Some of them are only usable because of the Giants Unleashed TLC type stuff because they're my lowest card of that like arrow, but some of these aren't even in that. And that's the Royal Rumble 23 pros. And I know where you are right now, and that's why I'm saying this is braggadocious. Like this tier 1 Xavier Woods with like no matches on him would be one of your top cards, and he is useless to me other than to have.
Yeah. No, I get it though. I mean, it is what it is.
I'm going to keep these as I start filtering them out now that I'm getting more and more pros for here for WrestleMania 39. But I think I might build my Money in the Bank deck around the Royal Rumble 23 pros stuff in that level. Like maybe, RTG this week, I can pro him.
Oh, very nice. I love that artwork.
He is, I don't know if you've seen this yet. Here's the RTG cards. We got Seeker for Ronin, one of the special ones. Shanky.
Yeah.
They all seem to be big guys. That seems to be the theme.
Yeah, powerhouses.
Rosie,
oh, nice.
Arcane. Undertaker, Pixel.
I love the pixels.
Andre the Giant, Extinction. Otis, Octane. Umaga, Royal Rumble 23. Omos Special, WrestleMania 39. Papa Shango as the Myth card. And for the Myth event card, Bronson Reed.
Oh.
I like this image.
Is this Team Road to Glory?
No, this is regular Road to Glory.
Regular, okay.
Yeah, I am saving the credits I got for free for my end of the month last month, and then I only spent 100 of it, and the 500 I got for reaching Myth tier for my title belts for RTG. I am going to push as far and hard as I can in this.
Why not?
Here
Do
is
it!
my RTG deck. We'll autofill this. This is my RTG deck. Starting with Undertaker, WrestleMania 39 Pro, and ending on Batista, Royal Rumble 23 Pro. But that will change soon because Brock Lesnar will be done probably tonight to go into this deck 2 Prod. So that will knock Batista out, and my lowest card will be a Tier 1 Karrion Kross, Royal Rumble 23.
Oh. I remember one time playing, you know, the fucking, is it Bounty Breaker where you got the 9 cards and you get more bad ones every time?
Yes.
Playing that, and I just hammered the screen randomly clicking, and I got a random Karrion Kross TikTok Arcane back when it first released. Didn't realize what I'd gotten until the very end, and I very nearly dusted it.
This is one of my first, not my first, but one of my early WrestleMania 39 Pros. I got this guy the same time I got Ashante the Adonis.
Your brother!
I may not be the biggest Hulk Hogan guy, but Hulk Hogan is very high in the tier, and he makes a perfect tag team for my Undertaker. Karrion Kross was my first WrestleMania 39 Pro.
Nice. Oh, what the? Oh.
Then I got my Riddick Moss.
Multitasking here. Oh, this is weird. So I'm playing Fallout 1, the original Fallout 1 on the laptop, and it's weird as fuck.
I barely remember the first Fallout.
It's like top down.
I own it, but it's been a long time since I've played it. I am only sitting at WrestleMania 39 Plus for RTG. I will definitely get the Omos, but it might be a struggle to go much further than that with what I have to work with as far as credits.
Don't know what to do. Yeah, I spent, I think it was 600 credits yesterday. I bought a pack. You know, the Rey Mysterio LW1 with a bonus chance.
Yes.
Got that. And then I tried Ruler Ring. Absolutely failed.
Our second Bronson Reed card is going to be in Ring Domination.
Ooh.
So we got an RTG Ring Domination, followed by a Night of Champions, and then a Giants Unleashed and a War Games. We have Reward Mania returning on the 19th.
19th, it's the first today, isn't it? First.
Yeah.
Yes. 1st of June.
9 days to go.
Yeah, you're going to Kaz is going to see Pink in 9 days.
Tell her to grab her nipples and take a picture. Oh, look what we get in one of the packs this month.
Oh, that's nice.
I like the Schism card back.
But to what you previously said, yes, Kaz, grab her nipples and take a picture, please. I guarantee she will love it.
Pink, yeah, she probably.
Yeah.
And I will also love it.
Me too. As will I. Very much so. In fact, just bring her back. Just invite her back to the house.
So it looks like we'll be getting Myth equipment on the 14th, according to the login calendar.
Oh, shit, yeah, I've seen that.
We
Looks like it. Okay.
We have an NXT Women's Champion quest, so probably a Tiffany Stratton card. Which would make sense because I don't know if you know this, she has like no cards in the game, and she's the NXT champion.
Yeah.
Have you I don't know if she has one. Let me see something. Wrong thing. Catalog name.
Look at all those stars.
Yeah, this is it. This is the only card she has in the game. So like that NXT Women's Champion boost doesn't do shit for anybody right now. It would make perfect sense to do a quest and another money grab to get the second Stratton.
You know what I miss? I miss season 1.
Oh! I know what they're doing now.
Ooh, what?
Okay, so that is happening on here, right? 1 week to the day before Reward Mania. They're gonna do the same thing they did with Undertaker.
What the fucking collectible thing?
You'll have the quest, and then yes, the Reward Mania collectible. That's where you'll get the chance at the second Tiffany Stratton.
Hmm.
And then Happy Father's Day. Check out the gift in the store.
You got it. 1 second. There we go.
So I have to figure out what to do with my collectibles.
Oh.
I did not get enough for the RoboCop.
How many more blues do you need there?
Like 18?
18. Is there
Yeah.
no more ways to get them?
PvP, but they end in 2 days. You can't get the PvP packs. I just missed it by like 500 points to get the final pack, and I would have had it.
Can you not pull the blue ones from the draft board?
Only the reds come from the draft board, and I haven't gotten a single one all day. I do believe they have removed them from there. So like now it's use your collectibles. So
in that case, it's gonna have to be
the equipment.
Either the equipment or go for the see, I like the card back and I like that as well.
Well, I'm also looking at this, the WrestleMania 39. I can get 3 of those with what I have for the Reds, right? And then like I could do one of these.
With that. How many Reds do you got?
153. So I could do 3 of the
How many do you need for the RoboCop?
For the RoboCop?
Yeah.
150, and I need 150 blue. That's the problem.
Right.
I didn't have enough blue.
I was trying to think maybe you could sell some red ones for blue ones and still have excess, but
yeah, it's 5-2. That's how I got as high as I did. Like I could get the WrestleMania 39 card.
You could,
but I almost feel like right now, either adding the extra piece of equipment and getting the 3 of these, which I could do both. Like this would be like I could pro a WrestleMania 39 piece of equipment that does power and toughness. It would replace my Royal Rumble 23 Universal Championship, and it's got a cool animation when it procs. I could tier 1 it, so it would be probably my best piece of support for a while, other than my second wind, which isn't even pro'd right now. So I was thinking maybe this, it would be a big help for a lot of things.
Do it.
I'm going to. We're gonna get the 3 of. Why didn't it work?
Huh.
Okay, here we go. There's 1.
Oh no.
There's 2.
Dos.
And here's 3.
Red. Yay!
And I think we're gonna do the helmet. We're gonna do the helmet.
What's left?
Nothing I can do.
Just buy a shit ton of draft picks.
I can buy 1 set of draft picks.
Oh, 1 set of draft.
And I can buy more red. Oh, wait a minute. How many red can I buy here?
2.
I could buy a lot more because I have 72 red. Let me 70 divided by 5 is 14. I can get 14 more red, which would give me 17 red, which isn't enough to do anything. But maybe I could do that enough to get more draft picks. So I'll turn it in for draft picks. And then I'll turn in reds for blues and keep getting draft picks until they're all gone.
Do you ever sometimes you go through your drafts really quickly, you don't realize you've picked up a new card?
Yeah, well, unless it's something important, which would have to be a tier pull for me, or a WrestleMania 39, which I'd notice. It doesn't matter. First world Supercard problems. Like, I am dusting Royal Rumble 23s right now. How does that make you feel?
Really shitty.
The only thing that would ever get money spent on in this game for the last 2 months is I would get the battle pass. And everything else has been grinding out quests, playing Survivor, cheating my way through King of the Rings so I could get rare draft picks. And grinding. Now, I'm waiting till tomorrow to see what we get for the Superstore. I'm hoping maybe they put Dom in there again like they did Trish Stratus. If they do, I am going to get the second Dom that way. If they don't, I'm going to beg people to give me money until I have enough for the golden pass. I will panhandle on the interwebs.
Well, instead of just people giving you money for nothing, ladies and gentlemen, go and buy some official Shooting the Shite merch. Give them your money. Get something out of it at the same time.
Especially if you live in the UK, because the company is based in the UK.
Oh, that's it. What company is it again?
The same one you guys use.
So you're using T-Mill as well? Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought it was another company.
I might try the one that they have through Twitch and Streamlab, that I have the qualification for, to see what I can do there, because that would at least be American currency, which would be easier for my American friends. Being it's a larger overall thing, I'm hoping that they'd have a better shipping time frame than, like, the UK stuff wasn't bad, but it took longer to get here, the way everything went. This I'm hoping being a larger scale thing maybe, but I don't know. I'm gonna take a look at it, see how it plays out. I just haven't done it yet because lazy.
Lazy.
I was talking to
autistic.
Yes.
You're not lazy. You're autistic.
I am the premier promo artist.
Yes, that's fun. I love that.
But I lost my I was telling AB earlier how I have come to realize, which I probably realized a long time ago, but I definitively nailed it down for myself, that I am, and I might be pronouncing it wrong, a big fan of the Isekai genre of anime. Like, I watch a lot of those. My favorite, of course, being Rising of Shield Hero. Like, that is fantastic. But so is Overlord.
Can I pick?
Mm-hmm. Pick it.
Second line, third card down.
Right here?
Yep.
I dusted one of him earlier.
Damn.
Here, DJB, watch. Thank you for your pick. I appreciate it. Oh. I am disappointed with what they're doing right now with the battle pass and the price on it, because I have worked very, very hard with many laborious hours in this game, pushing forward to get to a slightly more competitive level. The closest I've gotten so far now is pulling getting the Indy Hartwell card from our the last Ring Domination. But that got me to a point now where, like, I know I can get closer to the event cards. Then the new tier drops. Okay, fine. Rush to get the new tier stuff. But I did it the last time. So, but then they drop these things, and like, I don't want to be up trying to compete for the myth card and taking on fucking brand new special like tier 3, tier 5, because they have tier 5 available now. They started that with the RoboCop cards. Tier 5 NXT Tyler Bate and NXT Carmelo Hayes, and not be able to touch them with anything I have. Like, that really takes the wind out of the sails there. Like,
He just exchanging all of them, and getting the drops. Yeah.
one after another.
Do, 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 do.
Then I'll probably go back to the Royal Rumble for a little bit and see if I can finish my Brock Lesnar. And then when I start getting more myth cards, I'll be putting the myth cards in Royal Rumble to get matches on them. Switching them out only when I need to pro a card in another tier. Which honestly will probably be the next time I touch Royal Rumble again, when I need to pro a card or when I need to grind battle points. You can grind a lot of battle points playing Royal Rumble, because it's for each match interaction. RTG is also really good for grinding battle points.
I didn't know that, actually.
Each time one of your cards face on somebody else's cards. So like in Royal Rumble, you have 15. If you win all 15, that's 150 battle points. No, 15 battle points. 15 battle points instead of like 8 battle points for a perfect game of like Elimination Chamber, or 3 battle points. I don't think battle points you get from Wild, but like, stuff like that.
Pardon me.
You are only temporarily pardoned.
No.
Oh, that was the end. I can't do any more. I only have 6 blue left and 0 red. So that was our last set of picks. I have 6 blue that are never going to go anywhere.
I think I've still got headstones from the Undertaker one.
That's funny. Well, you don't, because they go away after it goes away. But like, you had.
Yeah. The same with the John Cena caps.
I do like the myth frame and background for the screen with the green there. It's kind of nice. Though I was getting used to the gold for the WrestleMania 39. I think yours is still red?
Possibly.
For Royal Rumble?
I don't know.
You're like, all these questions. Ooh. Brock needs like 7 more matches.
You could do that very easily.
If I get him early on in Royal Rumble, it's done. If not, I'll just go play 7 games of Wild real quick.
Yeah. That's what I've done with my Braun Breaker. I just put both of the singles into the team, set Wild up.
Yep. Bobby Lashley. I hate him. I don't.
Booby
So we were playing a game earlier on here where earlier on when Jeremiah was on, we were talking about like wrestling and stars and whatnot, and me not being very fond of Seth Rollins. I was like, well, come on, you at least got to consider him in the upper 20%. I'm like, I don't know about that. He's like, so you're telling me if we come up with 10 wrestlers, with Seth Rollins being one of them, he's not going to be better. There's going to be 2 people there in that list that you think are going to be better than him? I'm like, probably. And so far, we've only found maybe 2 people that I would pick Seth Rollins over, and them being Baron Corbin and Montez Ford.
Oh.
Individuals I've picked over Seth Rollins. In fact, I'm not even going to say that. I'm going to let you be a part of this game now.
Okay. Right. So people you would pick over Seth Rollins.
Yep. That I think are better in one way, shape, or form than Seth Rollins.
What? Just are we talking wrestling in person, or are we taking into account the person as a person?
Everything that you see on the television screen.
Chris Benoit.
Yes, I'd pick Chris Benoit over because what he did has nothing to do with wrestling, and
Exactly.
this is what I'm judging it by is what I see on the wrestling television. There's very few people I'd put above Chris Benoit if I'm going for people I think are better. I can't really honestly think of anybody off the top of my head that I would say, yes, that person's better than Chris Benoit. Now, if we specialize it on the mic, there's a whole slew of people better than Chris Benoit. But if I'm just taking everything as a whole that I see on the TV screen about them, about them as a fan viewing, there's like some of the names that people mentioned and have surprised people is I pick Chad Gable over Seth Rollins. I love me some Chad Gable. Shoosh! Shoosh, please! My 2-year-old does that. My 2-year-old's been doing that for almost a year. So one of the early things I taught him how to do is to do shoosh! Shoosh, please!
That's fantastic.
And he'll do the thank you.
Thank you.
I love Chad Gable. He's phenomenal in the ring. He's funny. He's charismatic. And he's not even remotely come across as a prima donna in any way, shape, or form. You can see he's enjoying himself out there with his friend, doing what they do.
Yeah, I agree. He's having fun.
I'd pick Otis over Seth Rollins too.
I like Otis. I when he won that Money in the Bank, I was over the moon.
I have to pick someone to put this on. Who do I put the helmet on?
I have no idea. Who do you put the helmet on?
Let's take a look here. I could give Io Sky the helmet. Power's her lowest skill, and the helmet does power. Bump her up. I don't think she is in my RTG deck. If I could get the triggers on it, I would totally throw it on Dom because I want that trigger for the effect. Him and Trish, to get the 5% trigger, the bonus ability, and a 3% trigger. Yeah. That would be a perfect one for one of them. But I also just pro'd AJ Styles, and I don't have anything on him, and power is his second best stat.
So it is.
Woohoo! This is my favorite part about doing those big ticket rewards is all the train ups. I wish I could pull train ups off the board. I'm not even I mean, sure, technically a card counts as a train up, but the train ups are better. I only need one level, so Maelstrom should do it, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, I needed 6 levels. He's a pro, duh. All right, we'll throw Ridge the Fridge. No, we don't need one that big. We'll throw Julius Creed at him and see how far that takes him. Okay, maybe we did need a bigger card. We'll throw Zion Quinn at him. And we still need more. One more level. Austin Theory Ronan. There we go. And oh wow. We're gonna give him that for now. Holy shit.
What a
This
beast.
is this is my AJ Styles with no matches on him and just base stats on the new helmet.
Damn.
Well, once I finish filling out like at least WrestleMania 39 pros and like nothing lower than WrestleMania 39 Pro, I want to go through, and that's all my decks. I want to go through and remove all my equipment again and go through and like place it all better.
I do hate to love you and leave you though, but it's coming up to 10 o'clock and I've got things I need to do.
Well, enjoy your morning, sir. It's been a pleasure having you here while I gloat over all the stuff I have that you don't.
As fuck you. As Kaz just said, yes, we have children to get up.
Yeah, mine get up soonish too. Well, no, they got
You mean
2.5
soon? What time is it for you?
It is 4:40 in the morning.
I thought so. It's not even 5 a.m. Fuck you.
That's why I said 2.5 hours.
We've got like 20 minutes.
Yeah, we have like 20 minutes till they get up. And on that note, it's been lovely to stop by.
Well, thank you again for hanging.
Not a problem.
Enjoy your morning, and I promise to have more things to brag about in the DMs later.
I'm hoping to get my grind on today and tomorrow. I want to get to WrestleMania 39 TL soon.
I'm hoping to see what we have here tomorrow. As you see, I'm at 18,423 super coins. I had thought about getting the Wes Lee because that would be a pro for me for 14,000, but I decided against it because it's just a WrestleMania 39 Pro. I have WrestleMania 39 Pros. It doesn't immediately affect my main stuff, and I'd rather wait and see if that Dominic Mysterio is going to be there, which would be better overall, but more beneficial, or maybe we're like what we get for the next cards in general, like. So yeah. So good luck.
And on that, yes, I shall catch you later, my friend.
Also, I'm already almost at level 4.
Fuck you.
And this is 24 hours.
Fuck you.
That, like,
Good night.
PvP being open. Not one single attempt at calling me a cunt either. All right. Well, I am actually going to take a small break before I come back to this. We're advanced in the King of the Ring. I have bouts, but I can get to them in a bit. So I will be back. Gonna go back to the other setup for a little bit. Check on laundry and do a couple other things. So stay tuned, and we will return. and 4 other guys have to waste your time. Nick White is trash. Hey, folks. So I am finishing up right here. I am going to hop off screen and finish this, getting up my Brock Lesnar, and then I am calling it because the sun is up and it makes it difficult. Starts making it more difficult to do this without glare. So thank you for those joining me. I'll be finishing up here shortly. And back to the grind tomorrow with some RTG. I might stream through Streamlabs earlier in the day for RTG at some point, and then go more later. But yeah, again, thank you. And I will be back tomorrow, today, however you want to look at it. But I am hopping off the screen now, and I will not be back on the screen for the remainder of this stream. So thank you.
Get a life, kid.